I'm Skip.
And I'm DJ.
And this is the Cypher.
Hip hop, man. I said hip hop. That community is just crazy. That the things that we were able to see and experience because of this thing called rap and hip hop.
I mean, you take those lyrics and you pull them away from the music and you put them up on the wall, and someone had to look at them. They would say, "This is genius."
Yo, mic check, mic check, mic check. What's going on, good people? Put the ones in the chat if you can hear me. Put the ones in the chat if you can hear me. Yo. You funny, Screaming Self. You very funny. Skip Hendrix on weak as fuck. I was just telling my wife, I was like, it looked like I got a mean drum solo in me. When we were trying to see what to do with my hair real quick. Okay. I am Skip. Let me take these off real quick. I am Skip, one half of the super group. We are the Cypher. Shout out to my brother DJ as always. Got a stack docket today, ladies and gentlemen. Stack. It's on the 360. Hold on. I don't know why I keep doing that, man. It pissing me off. I'm coming in blurry and pixelated. Hold on, chat. Damn, it's like that. Okay. Okay. I just set a goal for this evening. It feels weird like talking without headphones because I like can't hear myself. So let me put these on real quick. I see y'all with the hair puns and shit. So let me I'm about to get started. It's a lot of stuff, man. It's a lot of stuff. First things first, thank y'all for pulling up. Shout out to my brother DJ as always. I think I saw him in the chat. Last week, couldn't stream. Kind of like on and off for like the last month. Like something has been going through the house. And then like it hit one kid, then hit the next kid, and then it hit one of the parents, hit the other parent, and then it'll go away. And then they bring some new shit in and they start the process over. So I think I missed a weekend in February because my son had the flu. and then I missed last weekend because the kids had RSV, and that hit everybody. So shit been crazy, and work has been insane these last 2 weeks, bro. Work has been insane. So one concession that we are gonna make. So I probably need to keep that stream up just so I can see if it goes in and out of being blurred. Well, never mind. Y'all will let me know, and I can just refresh it. But one concession we are gonna make for the members, since me and DJ's schedules have kind of shifted again because sports season is coming back around. Thank you. Since sports season has come back around, and trying to get us both in the same place to do like an in-person recording for Road to 100 is going to be kind of difficult. We're going to do those as members only live streams. And the first one should be Tuesday, because I think we got like 3 episodes left where we're finishing because I kind of chopped the back end of my 150 up to like a list that DJ approved for me to listen to. So we're going to steamroll through that. I think I'm halfway through listening to those. So we're going to start the next episode Tuesday. Hopefully we can get another one in before the week is out. Finish that 3rd one. And then we're going to do 2 live streams probably just one big live stream for the top 25. I think we don't need to string that along anymore because I'm ready to get through with that shit and go on to the next phase of what we're going to do for the members, which is the Decrypted series. Well, the deep narrative analysis on the album Damn by Kendrick Lamar for the members. So I'm ready to do that. Yeah, man. Road to 1,000. We learned some lessons this year. As every year that we do this, we're starting to learn more and more. Like, you guys are giving suggestions, and we're trying to, find a way to meet everybody with, with their preferences and suggestions and balance our availability in allowing us to do other things that we care about as well. But yeah. So the most important thing that we're learning going into 2026, I don't care who you is, you got one album a year. You got one album a year. I don't care who it is. So if Kendrick dropped 2 albums this year, we doing one of them. If Hov dropped 2, we are covering one of them. If Nas dropped 2, we are covering one of them. Because the thing that we got caught up in, kind of sort of in 2024, but a lot in 2025, was covering niggas dropping multiple albums. Like, I think we got like 3 or 4 Boldy James albums, and it was just like, why? Like, if the first one ain't good, like, you blew your chance. Like, if you don't start the game off with a classic, it's a wrap. Like, that's it. And it's not just him. It's like all of the people dropping like that. I think Westside Gunn dropped multiple times last year. But I know Boldy James dropped like 5-6 times last year. And it's just like, bro, you ain't even cooking like that to just be dropping that much. So yeah, we're definitely condensing, and we're going back to that original 100, like the 150, 120, 115 plus, like taking recommendations and adding stuff after the original 100. That was with good intent, but it was no way in hindsight we were going to be able to do all of that in the time frame that we had, not accounting for shit that we can't control. Because like at work, they completely shifted how we operate on a day-to-day basis. So my music listening time went from I could listen while I was working to I'm on the phone all day for weeks at a time at work. So I don't have time to listen to the music. So like we gotta be more it's like we hit that 100, that's it. And then we'll just have ones that we maybe discuss like in the year-end wrap-up of shit we don't get to. But yeah, it ain't no more album runs. I don't care who it is. Like, it's no more none of that. You get one album a year. One. Because it also takes away from other artists too. So then you get to the point where you've put 3 albums from rapper A in the pot, and rapper C, who we wouldn't have known of if we didn't go look for, they pop up towards the end, and it's like, that'll be 105 when 3 of the 4 albums from rapper A shouldn't even been in consideration. But yeah, we're doing 100. That's it. That's all. That's it. That's all. And because we don't want that to become all that we're able to do for the Dakotas on the paid members only stuff, because it was just like, nah, man, this shit crazy. It was literally insane. So much so that I had to tell DJ, I was like, bro, I got like 60 albums left. 65. I need you to cut it down for me to like 30. He cut it in half. And I was like, okay, cool, we can work with that. And I'm halfway through that list that he sent me. I just listened to, I finally listened to the Wale album today. Because it was like number 11 on the list, and number 12 was the Chica album. And we've already listened, and shout out to Chica. We had her for an interview, I think the top of the year. And be on the lookout. Y'all might see her again soon. I'm not sure though. Y'all might see her again. You never know in what way. It's a lot of stuff going on. But yeah, so Wale was 11. His album is fire. His album is fire. His album is fire. Like, I was listening to that shit today. I was just like, damn. That boy cold-blooded. Like, I think some of the songs that I like, and I ain't gonna sit on this point too long because we got a lot of shit to get to, but like Problem and what's it called, Power and Problem, fucking Fly Away. It was a lot of dope ass songs on that. I liked But you can't hear it? No. Oh, that's cool. Whatever. Hold on. Let me make sure I'm on Roadcast and I'm not. That's why. Can y'all hear it now? It was because everything. It always revert back for whatever reason. Okay. Shout out to Chico. And shout out to Wale. And shout out to Wale. But he had like an Afro homage section. I thought that was dope. It was one song in there somewhere that I ain't really like, but as a full body of work, that is a great album, man. That is a great album. I had a high bar for it because I was comparing it to Folarin too, and I think on first list, I don't know. It's definitely up there with Folarin too. It might even be better than Folarin too on first listen. But the song "Survive" with Ty Dolla $ign, the way that they flipped "Closer to My Dreams," that song was dope. "Mirror in a Benz," jeez, bro, that is a really good album. That is a really good album. So once again, man, shout out to Wale. Shout out to Wale. That was a dope album. So like I said, I think I got maybe 10 albums left on that list. I'm gonna try to get through 2 of them tomorrow because I don't know what my work week gonna look like. And episode 18, I was already ready for that one. We just hadn't had a chance to record. So we'll try to do that one Tuesday, episode 18. And 19 and 20 will just be going through those last 20 or so albums. And then we'll probably just have a marathon stream doing our top 25. We won't do so much talking about why we like the album. We won't do so much in 5, 6, 7 minutes talking about each album. We'll talk about our favorite songs, get through it. So when we get to 10 to 1, we can actually have a real discussion. Turn the sound back up. Okay, hold on. Give me a second. How I sound now? How do I sound now? Mic check. Got my engineer in the background. Shout out to Ozu. I got something to tell you too, Ozu. On some rap. In real life, I got something to tell you. The fro is heaven sent is crazy. Like, okay, that's where we're going. That's where we're going first. Okay. I see what we're doing here. I see what we're doing. The video got took down. No, I know you ain't going outside like that, LaRussell. I just want to see the first part anyway. Oh, let's just go to YouTube. Let's do it that way. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, that's what it feel like, Bakugan. He said, you got 2 weeks of love to catch up on, so you're gonna get these 2-3 times a joke. Yeah, man, that's what it's looking like. That's what it's looking like. That's what it's looking like. And I'm not gonna play this whole thing because I don't even know if I want to hear the song. I saw the initial clip when he said his engineer, so I just want to play that part, play the hook, and get up out of here. And then I'll see if I can find the tweet that he put out before he deactivated all his socials. I just want to play this real quick.
That's a phenomenal question. How old are you? 12? Eat them. Get some. I thank God, but some days I miss some. Oh, nigger it out. But I'ma show him what this nigga about. Nigga.
What you say? What he say?
Feeling of the life of the times I had to figure it out. They want me to dance and shout, nigger it out.
Okay. I thought
they defeat you. Bit less. The same shit that sent. We all even can't be mad that they heated if you don't let them vent. Even the devil was heaven sent.
Hold on. Here we go, y'all.
Hey, I'm not perfect. And neither is the president. Was guiltier than a nigga hiding evidence. You can't be mad that they heated if you don't let them vent. Even the devil was heaven sent. Even Malcolm was heaven sent. Even Martin was heaven sent. Even Kanye was heaven sent. We all heaven sent. Donald too. We all heaven sent. Epstein too. We all heaven sent. Adolf too. We all heaven sent.
It's one person in the whole crowd. It's one dude back there kind of bobbing his head. Look at Shawty right here. She looking like, oh no, she's looking like, oh brother.
Even you. We all heaven sent. I remember I made this record and I sent it off to my engineer and he calls me. He said, man, you probably shouldn't put this out. I said, why? What the hell happened? He said, you talking about Epstein, there's a lot of shit going on. And I said, thank you for calling me. I'm finna drop this. That's exactly why we need it. Because everybody sit and be silent. And the goal of an artist is to express the times and say all the things that nobody else want to say or know how to say. You hear me? I remember I did a
Okay, I don't care about nothing else you said. Okay. LaRussell, I don't even want to. I'm gonna go find the tweet that he tweeted after, but right now, the fact that, because I'll say this, and we're gonna talk about this in relation to J. Cole too, because I think that a lot of people are a lot of time when you talk or when public figures speak, they say things that are like blanket statements as if they don't require a deeper level of explanation. I'm gonna get to some of his response, but we getting there. We getting there. And the concept of we all heaven sent, like the point he's attempting to make, like, hey, we all we were all shipped from Angelic Express. We were all shipped by Angelic Express, if that makes sense. Just because we all came from there, in theory, does not mean we were all sent from there. Being sent implies a level of purpose. Can I get amen? Being sent implies a level of purpose. Can I get amen? Sometimes you just arrive places. And when you arrive places without purpose or without intent, you act outside of the flow of the natural order. You are an agent of chaos. You are a disruptor. You are a malcontent. You are a dickhead. And sometimes you are just an outright villain. So to place all of those people, I think it was like 7 to 8 people, in the same bucket, as if they were all provided the same level of direction, instruction, and purpose to exist here in the same way is insane. So to even have them in the same sentence, Malcolm, Martin, Epstein, Trump, and who the fuck ever else, and Hitler, crazy work, and put the devil in there. Like, it's crazy work, because it's almost like he's saying they're all on the same level. They're all on the same level. And it's like, that's not where we're going. That's not where we're going. That's not how we're giving it up. Cause to a black person, which is, I did see what he said, is always us. To a black person, I'm watching you equate Malcolm and Martin, two people who died on their own separate journeys of their version of the liberation of our people and fighting for our civil rights and just human rights in general, got murdered, bad, done greasy. And then you equate them to people who are either participating, connected to, financing, or in any other way exhibiting behaviors that align or appear to align with genocide, trafficking of multiple types, warmongering, dehumanization, all of these things. Putting them on the eugenics, all of these things, putting them on the same level is crazy. And that's why I say there was not any level of thinking beyond the initial point. That's why when people like have theories and shit, I'd be like, what's the end goal of your theory? Like, think that shit through. Because if not, you're going to introduce a level of, you're just going to introduce a thought seed into the greater discourse that you don't really give a fuck where it end up or what will spawn from it. There's no intent. There's no purpose with what you're saying. And just because that thought ended up somewhere does not mean it was sent. And whoever endowed LaRussell with the thought to make that song or to write those words should be reprimanded. And I don't think that was of God. I think that was from a place of him trying to, and I hate when niggas do this shit too. It's like when they go above and beyond to try to correct something they did and bring other individuals in it. So it's like I'm humanizing myself. Well, I'm using these people as a facsimile for myself. It's like, hey, bro, I know, like, instead of just saying I fucked up, bro. Look, bro, it don't matter what we did, bro. We all came from God, bro. We all came from God. That is crazy. We were all sent from God. And it's just like, we all got here. You know, we all got here. But like to misalign like trajectories and all of those things just to counteract how people feeling about you because you said some out the way shit about Wayne, crazy. Which makes me think about another person who dug up 2 dead people, relitigated their beef instead of instead of saying that you were wrong for doing what you did. It's nasty work. Let me get to these super chats real quick. Then we gonna keep going. Shout out to D2B2 with the big dog, $20 super chat. Afro Skip is back. Yeah, for a little while, limited time, just like the this is limited edition. Just like the Fallout Stealth Edition. It's limited. It's limited. It won't be here forever. Oh, speaking of, shout out to Scream and Sell with the $20 super chat. Thank you. Both are members, D2B2 and Scream and Sell, and have given a lot of people membership. So if you got one gifted, be sure to thank Scream and Sell and or D2B2. I hear there's a limited edition vinyl for sale. Are we talking market rate or open to negotiation? Hit my email. We are decipher, no ed, just we are decipher at gmail.com. We can definitely talk about it. And you know I'm gonna show love because you show love before if you're really trying to get it. Because I'm trying to get off of it. I just don't want to give it to nobody when I see how people are selling it. Because I know if I take it to the record store, they're gonna act like they don't know what's going on. Because I went to some website and they selling it for $159 before tax and shipping. So it's like, I don't want them to get off on me like that when I take it to them and I get the Wale album when I really should have got like 3 or 4 albums in exchange. Because you still finna make $175 off this limited edition vinyl because they're not selling it anywhere. So yeah, hit my email and we'll definitely talk about that. Shout out to Simply J20 with the $10 super chat. Welcome back. Glad you and the family are well. Thank you so much. Because I ain't gonna lie. Last Saturday was crazy. I thought for like a split second, maybe 10 minutes, like 6 o'clock, I was like, can I do it? It's like, maybe if I take like an ibuprofen and get some tea or something, I'll be able to. And I was like, hell nah. Because I was like the worst pain, like the worst part of it was like the fever and like the weird ass body aches. So I wouldn't have been able to sit up, you know what I'm saying? And talk for that long. So y'all probably would have got me for like 45 minutes if I was able to do that. And I didn't want to waste y'all time. Or make my my little situation worse because it hit me Friday morning. So like by Saturday evening, I was still down bad. I really like this the first day I think I like feel good. So so yeah, I had to take that break, man. Oh shit, y'all own me, but shout out to D2B2. He said Skip looks like the real life version of Stretch from NBA Street. That's crazy as fuck. I bet it's an Afro Thunder in here somewhere. All right. Don't all right. I know what some of y'all look like. Get y'all ass back. Shout out to Raphael 1819 with the $10 super chat. Hello, Skip, DJ Mod and Dakotas. Hear that you guys are recovering, including Moni. I look forward to the content and convo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And also, shout out to Moni. I think I saw her in the chat earlier. So if she is, put some roses in the chat for Moni. Get well soon. You know, we in your corner. So yeah, man, shout out to Moni. Let me see. The fro is heaven sent from tomato mustard. Now okay, this is Simba. Okay. Like LaRussell's heaven sent or like the real heaven sent. Like I'm trying to see. Cause if it's like LaRussell's heaven sent, I probably need to shave it. That's bad energy. Shout out to BX Finest with the $5 super chat. His engineer was heaven sent and he totally ignored him. Facts, he was trying to keep him out of a situation that's gonna like, oh, it's like as soon as he announced that he signed with Rock Nation, he been doing stupid shit ever since. Is this nigga trying like, is he sabotaging himself? Is he trying to like prove that he's like bigger than the program? Like, I don't get it. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing, LaRussell? Shout out to Twin Folk Tech with a $5 super chat. LaRussell is having a Kanye level egomaniacal crash outs and antics without delivering us any Kanye level music. Laughing my ass off. I wouldn't say Kanye, but he tripping. He definitely tripping. I think even worse than the song was the response. And I'm gonna pull up the response in a second. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Let me go to Twitter and see if I can find somebody screenshotted it. Yeah, because that response was disgusting. Like, guest, oh my God. Shout out to Certified Boogeyman. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I don't know if he made this or not, or he just sharing it, but this shit is crazy. Hold on. I go to Twitter, and as soon as we go, it's some LaRussell shit.
Even Kanye was heaven sent.
Okay, let me blow this up so y'all can see it. Not my content. God damn it. I ain't trying to do that. Look at Twitter trying to dox me.
Even the devil was heaven sent. Donald too. Epstein too. Adolf too. Even you. We all heaven sent.
Don't point at me, not my heaven. You proud of yourself?
Even Kanye.
Damn, I was not looking for that. Shout out to Certified Boogeyman. That shit is funny. But yeah, LaRussell is, he done put himself in a wild situation. This shit is gonna go viral for all the wrong reasons. I don't know if he's trying to prove something. Yeah. Yeah, open the door. Good night, baby. You know what to say.
Yeah.
Now go in there and go to sleep. Uh-huh. Okay. I'm gonna keep this. Shout out to Jar from the Rap Roundtable. I'm gonna keep that. Okay, let me go to LaRussell. My bad, I was getting sidetracked. Even you is heaven sent. Damn, I know somebody screenshotted it. Come on. That's not Russell Westbrook. Okay, here we go. I don't think this is everything. Let me take this down. Oh, so it's a lot of them. Okay, not that. Good night, buddy. I love you. Damn. My boy ain't even tell me you love him back. Okay, here we go. I don't even like this. I don't like this either. If somebody can find the link to the original post, send it to me. But I can't find it right now. But I saw what he was saying for the most part. And it's just like a whole bunch of fucking deflection. And I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I low key want to go ahead and get to this. Let me finish these super chats and I'll keep looking. Shout out to Twin Folk with the $20 big dog super chat per Cambridge Dictionary. Got ahead of myself. Heaven sent means something that arrives unexpectedly and is very helpful or fortunate, often seen as a blessing. It can refer to opportunities or assistance that come at just the right time. Like when people say, "Thank you, man, you're a godsend." And to equate that to what all of those evil motherfuckers is doing is crazy. Shout out to Twin Folk again. Shout out to Nisa with the $20 super chat. I'm behind, but amen, and Ashe. Peace, DJ, Skip, and the Dakotas. Thank you so much. Shout out to Reggie 286 with the $5 super chat. If you're LaRussell's engineer and he comes to your post backlash wanting to have a conversation after ignoring your advice, what's that combo like? I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting up and walking out. Because it's like, I told you, bro. And you didn't want to listen. You did not want to listen. And you're going to find out the extreme hard way of this is what happens when you think you're too good to listen to somebody. So I'm sorry. You really finna find out the hard way. And what he ended up doing? Deleting his social media accounts or deactivating them. He finna try to wait till this blow over, which it will. But it's like, this is going to be a stain. Like, this is how you're emerging onto the scene, like into the pseudo mainstream. Like, you signing a Rock Nation in whatever capacity ushered you into a new space. And the first two things you did was some of the stupidest shit you could have did, like, as a new emerging face to so many different people. Like, you say the shit about Wayne, and I ain't gonna lie, I'm not in a whole bunch of disagreements with what he said about Wayne, but like, as an artist trying to get people to look at you popping out and saying that, even if it was kind of like received out of context, which all clips will be, especially if a clip goes viral, that's 20 seconds of a 2-hour potential conversation. So it's like, what do you expect? So you got to be more mindful. So hopefully these are just lessons, like he's failing forward at the beginning so he don't make them. And it, like, he spent another segment of his career trying to repair himself. Like, look at the baby. Like, the baby got on stage and said that shit in like 2019. He was on absolute fire at that time, and he still ain't got it back yet. It might have been 2020, 2021. I can't remember. But whenever he said that homophobic shit on stage, like, him and Megan at a certain point were on similar trajectories. Like, so much so that when they did that song they did, it felt like perfect timing because they were like two halves of the same, like two sides of the same coin. And like, at that point in time, he decided to say the stupidest shit he could have said on stage. And he's never gotten back to that level. Never got back to that level. But as far as to answer your question, Reggie, I'm gonna just be like I told you. I'm gonna be like I told you. And I'm gonna walk out for a while. Cause it's like, I feel like in that conversation, LaRussell still gonna be trying to say why he was right. And if you come in to gaslight me while you in the world know that I was right and you acknowledge that I told you not to and you did it anyway, I got to make sure I'm in the space to receive what you're about to say, because I might go off on your ass. Shout out to Cam with the $5 super chat. If I was the engineer, I would have texted him, I told you so, and then blocked him on all social medias. Blocking him ain't gonna mean nothing because he deactivated them all. He deactivated them. Shout out to T-Mac with the $20 super chat. Thank you. Shout out to she said, what's up, DJ? Well, I keep saying DJ first. Well, yeah. What's up, DJ? Skip. Folk been cutting up in your absence, Skip. Glad you're feeling better. Curious about your thoughts on J. Cole's interview with Indesca. We're going to spend a chunk of time discussing that. We really are. We're going to spend a chunk of time discussing that. I got a lot of thoughts. Shout out to Janelle with the $20 super chat. LaRussell threw shots and ran. He can hide for a little bit, but them tweets and videos is forever. I'm looking for the tweets and can't find them motherfuckers. Like, I wish I could. Shout out to the shooters. Hey, y'all, told y'all I was coming. Tiffany, local. Okay. That ain't for me. But what's good, shooters? Stay loaded. So after this video, y'all go over to the shooters, the YouTube channel, and comment under your favorite video from the shooters, hashtag stay loaded. I'm trying to get them to make that. I'm trying to get that. I think that's a dope tagline. I introduced it to them yesterday. I was really just kind of using it as like a sign off, but if they fuck with it, I want y'all to show them that y'all fuck with it too. Cause I think that's a dope tagline. Oh, so this nigga explained it on Bootleg Kev. Let me see if I can pull this up. Hold on. Do y'all want to spend any more time talking about this? Cause let me see. Let me delete this. I just want to see. I want to see what he got to say. I kind of do. I know this ain't gonna be what he said on Twitter or X or whatever we calling it, but I would like to see at least like 2 minutes of what he gonna say. No, y'all don't want to see it. My time is 7 cents. Got you. Say less, twin. I ain't gonna make y'all. I ain't gonna waste y'all time. I'm not gonna waste y'all time. You know what? I'm gonna look for a video. I need a short one. Okay. We're gonna tap in with the Ville real quick. Shout out to JV. I'm looking for the tweets. I need the tweets. I need the tweets. But for now, we're gonna tap in with this and see what's going on. Shout out to JV.
Despite the fact that he knew the backlash that this song would make, because remember, he said that his engineer told him not to put it out because of the backlash that he could face. And he said, thank you, I'm gonna put it out anyways. So despite him already knowing and having the heads up that he could face backlash for the song, he decided to put it out anyways and still decided to give an explanation on the video. And this is like the second or third of like not apology video, but I guess rebuttal video, I guess however you want to spin it, bro. But he's decided to create a video to explain himself all over again, and it just feels more ridiculous the more I hear him talk.
Good morning, America. Hey, the past few days I've been working, so I ain't got to really like be on social media. I cut my shit, I schedule it, and I post, and I get into the world. The homies briefed me yesterday on all the outrage, and my first thought was, niggas ain't that slow. But I go and look, and niggas that slow.
The disrespect right off rip. He is calling his fans slow. He is calling people slow because he thinks that we didn't interpret what he said. No, bro, we know exactly what you said. We know exactly what you meant when you said, oh, all of these people are heaven sent. All of these people come from God, but because of their free will, they have the life that they control. They control what they do with the life that God gave them. Now, we get that. The point is that the song was a bad song and you didn't get your message across properly. You failed to make a great song to get your point across. And now you're going to try to blame it on your audience for being too slow to understand what you said. To me, that is so beyond ridiculous for the fact that you think that we don't know what you're talking about. We know what you're talking about. I know what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying. But the point is that the song is so bad that you couldn't even get your point across properly. And that's why your engineer told you not to put the song out in the first place.
Just listen to the music. Like, there's no way niggas hear that clip and they like, you support Epstein. When the world be in despair, sometimes you need realization. And that realization for me through this song was like, damn, the same God who created Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, who did so many great things, is the same God that created Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein.
Again, everybody knows what you're trying to say. Everybody gets that. Nobody missed the point that you were trying to explain. And what everybody's trying to say is the song is just so bad because of the names that you put out, the way that you wrote it, and the way that you presented it. The way that you put out this song, it made people realize, well, maybe you're just not as articulate as people think. Maybe you're just not good enough to tell a story like that. Maybe you're just not lyrical enough to put that out to the world for people.
Yeah. Like I was saying earlier, man, like some niggas just really think that you don't be deep, bro. Like you don't. You're not that deep. You're not that intellectual. You're not that thought-provoking. You're not that any of these things. So when you make like when you add things to it in a way that you can't necessarily explain away, you try to get mad at the people saying that they're misunderstanding you. Now, I get sometimes that you can be misunderstood. Like that's one of my biggest things. Like I ask my wife all the time, I'll be like, am I not communicating this point correctly? And not like I'll be saying something to some of my homeboys and they'll be like, they'll respond to, like, I'm like, bro, that's not what the fuck I said. So I ask my wife, I'm like, am I saying this shit wrong? You feel what I'm saying? Like, is there a point that I'm ignoring or a piece of that word that I hate so much, nuance that I'm not giving the proper attention to get my point across with the effect that's intended? You feel what I'm saying? So I do kind of understand like the whole being misunderstood, but like when you're going to make a point like this, you gotta make sure that you don't that you leave no stone unturned, because this is one of those ones where it's just not a simple misunderstanding. Like this can be a situation where people completely decide how they feel about you. They completely decide how they feel about you. Like, for example, I put out a video. I think since we're in this like commentary space, quote unquote, like the word nuance like comes up so much. I just need another word. I just need another word. Let me look it up. Let me see. Synonym for nuance. What's a synonym for nuance, man? Let me see. I don't like none of them. I don't think it looked like we using the word wrong, actually. Subtext, yeah. There's a level of nuance that we're ignoring. Yeah, what's the opposite of nuance? Antonym, monotone, similarity, uniformity. Okay. Context. Okay, yeah. And shit, I ain't gonna lie. We beat the shit out of context too, man. I ain't gonna hold you. But if I can stop using nuance for a while, I will go back to using context. Subtle intricacies. Hey, now I feel like J. Cole with the syllables, but yeah. There's a level of intricate detail that if you don't go the extra mile to make sure that is felt, it can completely change how people view not only what you said, but you as a person. For example, I put out a video a month ago, like after the release of Disc 2, Track 2. And the title of the video said, J. Cole missed his Trump moment in 2024. And I'm not sure. I don't remember exactly off the top of my head how that video was received as far as like people commenting. Because then again, a lot of people saw Trump, J. Cole, and immediately was like, comparing them is insane. Yada. I was like, I never, like in the actual video, I never once like compared those two together. And I put in the description, this is more of a commentary on J. Cole's fans than J. Cole himself. And I was saying that J. Cole had the opportunity to create a fanatical fan base that would have been irrational by 2026 had he have completed the objective that he had in 2024, which we will discuss because he said something very interesting, at least to me, in that interview at a certain point that just it kind of confirmed a lot of what I'm feeling. It kind of confirmed a lot of what I'm feeling. And I was just like, Jermaine, like I know you a bullshitter. I know it. I know it. And this ain't doing nothing but just confirming what I think. And at least to me. And shout out to Charles Brown. He followed. Actually, I need to get some. I need to start posting then. Cause this page ain't got no activity. I think I got like 10 tweets. However, yeah, I don't even know if I want to watch this. I don't want to see. I want to see the text that he said. I don't want to see him dance. Shout out to JV though. I found a hot new hip hop video real quick, and I am going to pull this up. Hot new hip hop article rather. So let me take this down. Okay. LaRussell blasts critics for quote unquote fake outrage over Epstein, Trump, Hitler, and Hitler lyrics. Excuse me. Okay. LaRussell recently unveiled a song called Heaven Sent, and listeners' reactions have been far from positive. I want to see what he said. Good morning, America. His tweet begins. This is my final statement on the BS, the selective outrage, and fake righteousness is a joke. It's always us being black people. Y'all been complicit in supporting. Oh, let me blow this up. This nigga tripping. Y'all have been complicit in supporting serial killers, murderers, drug dealers, pimps, and N-words destroying their community for years. But me saying God made me and he also made these sick N-words is where the line is drawn. Cut it out. If you're gonna be outraged about it all. It continues. Be about it all. It continues. Turn the murder music off and every other detrimental form of art you consume. I'm one of the few N-words in this shit, smiling and putting good into the ecosystem. I'm going to keep saying and doing what I want with my art because I'm a effing artist. Y'all can keep being fake outraged and complicit with everything else. I'm trying to see if there's anything else. Okay, these are the lyrics. I wanted to see if let's see what this talking about. Okay, so this looks like the text version of what JV was saying. But he said, my homies briefed me yesterday on all the outrage. He begins. My first thought was, N-words ain't that slow. But I go and I look, and N-words that slow. Listen to the music. There's no way N-words hit that clip, and they like, you support Epstein. LaRussell responds to backlash. Okay, them hoes gonna be gone. Okay. Damn, that's a big ass ad. Oh wow. So he started tripping. Okay, so in the latest video isn't the first time LaRussell has reacted to the backlash. Responding to a user on X, formerly Twitter, on Sunday, he wrote, laughing emojis. What do y'all think I'm saying in this song? Is it the truth that's bothersome, or is it what you think I'm saying? I'm saying every human was made by God, even the evil ones, even the niggas going to hell alongside some of y'all uncles, daddies, and favorite rappers. LaRussell, y'all ain't tell me he was tripping. This is not how you respond, bro. This is not how you respond. Like, to tell the people who got an issue with what you saying, hey, y'all uncles, nephews, and granddad is in hell. That is how you respond. I didn't know. Because like I said, I didn't know. Like, I swear, I hadn't been engaging with this LaRussell situation because as you can see, I didn't have the stuff already up. But yeah, this is nuts. Like, this is crazy, bro. Like, why would that be what you say? Why would this be what you respond with? Like, bro, shit, it don't even matter. Like, some of y'all folks in jail right now. My camera out of focus, or is it back blurry again? Hold on, let me see. Hold on. I don't know why I keep doing it. Okay. I don't know why I keep doing this shit. I don't know why I keep doing that. I upgraded the internet like 3 weeks ago to get the highest, and it's been fucking up ever since. So I guess I probably need to see if a technician can come out here and fix something that I might have fucked up. But because some new equipment came in and I had to replace the old stuff. So I'm wondering if something happened. But it only happened with this computer and one of the TVs. It don't happen with nothing else. My phone don't never lose service or none of that. Shout out to Robin with the $100 via Cash App. Much appreciated. Shout out to Robin for that. And also from the previous stream 2 weeks ago, shout out to Robin and Stilo with Big Dog. I think $100+ super chats via PayPal and Cash App. I don't normally be looking at my phone while I'm streaming because I low key probably got ADHD, so like I don't need no more distractions. But shout out to them for those contributions from last week, and shout out to Robin for the additional contribution this week. And Robin, if you're in here, say something so I can see you. Like, I'm not sure if your name is the same as it is in Cash App, but definitely shout out to you. But yeah, like the response that LaRussell is having is like not at all the appropriate response. It's like you're taking it so much further than it has to go, when you could have just don't say nothing. Just don't say nothing and allow people to go look at the song and see if they can, pull from what you're saying and gain perspective. But you gaslighting everybody that has an issue with it is not going to be the way to get it done. Like, it's a difference between like trolling people and then just basically calling everybody stupid and saying they uncles and daddies and all the men in their family going to hell, and kind of typecasting the majority of hip hop. Because it's like, at that point, how, like, why are you, like, and Glasses said this, I think the stream was yesterday, I watched it today. It's like, my nigga, why are you in hip hop then? Why are you in hip hop? If hip hop is predicated on all of those things, now granted, the one thing about hip hop is it is a reflection of all of the things, good, bad, indifferent, in any degree in between. All of that exists in the literature portion of the music that we know as hip hop. It all exists. You can get a doggy style, and you can get black on both sides. You can get them both. You can get them both in the same era. You can get them both in the same era from different sides of the country. You can get a trap music. I mean, a urban legend, and you can get. I was finna say Ron Dirty. That's damn near the same type of music. You can get an urban legend, and you can get it a score. There is. It's not just good or evil. There are varying degrees of all of like everything that exists. You can get an NBA YoungBoy and a Tyler the Creator. You can get them all. You can get Lil Durk, and you can get what Logic used to be. You feel what I'm saying? Like there, and then you can get in the middle. You can get somebody like who's a person that kind of like straddles the middle. Like a Schoolboy Q ain't in the middle. Tyler the Creator's kind of like more in the middle, outside of his like wild sexual escapades. But yeah, you got the everyman rap. Oh, J. Cole. And that's really no slight. That's like real shit. Like J. Cole is like kind of dead in the middle. Like he doesn't lean too far negative or too far positive. He kind of like right there in the middle. You feel what I'm saying? Like Joyner Lucas. You can get the corniest niggas you ever heard in a Joyner Lucas, and then you can get somebody who you feel like at a certain point could do no wrong. Probably pre-Dark Twisted Fantasy, Kanye, like niggas was looking at him like he was the epitome of what to do musically. Or like somebody who's like always like kind of been presented as cool, like Hove. Like the only person who's ever been able to put a level of lameness on Hove was Nas. And Hove was able to have a whole second, third half of his career after that. Corday is like, if Corday is a offshoot of J. Cole and an offshoot of some of the corniest elements of J. Cole. Yeah. But all in all, Corday's first album was cool. It was cool. His second album was kind of bad, and his third album was straight. But yeah, he had what he had. He's he just gonna be mid, and that's cool. Shout out to Stella. Speaking of Q, has that backstage narrative finally died after this Cole interview? Stella, you're introducing plot points before the movie starts, twin. I ain't got there yet. But yes, that is definitely something I was going to address. Because there are a lot of J. Cole fans that come through the streams when we discuss J. Cole, and they say what they say, and it's like, you don't know the Q thing, this Schoolboy Q, they told him to back down, he told him to run away, yada yada yada. And it's like, we don't have no proof of that. And J. Cole didn't discuss that at one time. Like he said an hour before, something from God came down, and he had a heaven sent down. He had a download, and it was heaven sent. And he told his wife, and it made his wife cry. And if that story is true, the way he said it, ain't really nothing you can say about that. But it does 100% dispel that whole Schoolboy Q shit. It does. It gets it all the way out of the paint. But yeah, from Schoolboy Q to his wife crying is insane. Unless he calling Q God, and that's the thing. Like somebody else, and I'm not sure if you joking or not, but like, and that'll be the route that they take. Like, bro, maybe Schoolboy Q was sent from God. And it's just like, bro, no, like that is not what that nigga said, bro. It's not what he said. It's not what he said. Like, let it go. That nigga ain't say nothing about running into Schoolboy Q. He said, the thought came to him, and he felt so relieved, and he made a decision that he was resolute in, and he was willing to stand on that. Like his whole perspective of it is y'all tripping. His whole perspective. Okay, hold on, wait. We ain't there yet. We gonna discuss that. Y'all getting me off track. I want to do the I want to talk about this Jack Harlow shit first. How many of y'all in here think Jack Harlow got one of the best discographies in motherfucking hip hop? How many of y'all think that? As do I. As do I. But yeah, Jack Harlow, self-admitted student of the School of Drake, has had a very peculiar career. He went from looking like Jump Scare Beware. He pulled up on us looking like this. He pulled up on us looking like this, chat. And over time, he came into, I guess, a more urban version of self, and got to a point where he was able to visualize who he wanted to be and how he fit in this culture. And then you look at him now, and we got something that is more akin to the BlackER version of himself, that we have all come to know and ignore. So he drops a couple albums that are kind of like Drake light. Those first two albums are basically versions of him trying to recreate the template or work from the template that Drake created, that more watered down, pop centric, melody infused, bench straddling version of hip hop, that not even hip hop, of music, that has this element of, yeah, I got on an Avirex jacket. Like, that's what it feel like. It's like, hey, cuz like I'm hip hop now. I got on an Avirex jacket. Some an Avirex jacket and some Timbs and some big ass jeans that's like 2 sizes too big. You know what I'm saying? And that means I'm hip hop. And no, like, you adopted a couple pieces of aesthetic. That does not make you ingratiated in the culture and able to be a tastemaker or a person that we look to with any level of seriousness. What you're presenting to us as hip hop consumers or people who live this hip hop shit. It's not, we're not going for that. So he was light enough, and I'm not talking skin tone. He was light enough with the type of music he made. It was like this era of poppiness. It had like this certain level of like hip hop infusion. He was kind of giving off this level of charisma. It's like, okay, I'm non-threatening. I'm cool. I'm making this hip hop sounding shit. So some black girls like it, and some black dudes like it, and then I got the cosign from some rappers, like I did the What's Poppin' remix, you know, yada yada yada. He dropped that shit. He dropped another album. That second album wasn't really that good either. He drops Jackman, which I didn't know that's what it was called. I thought it was called Jackman. It's called Jackman, where he was giving us his version of like lo-fi, minimalistic, real life rap. And it came and went. And it came and went. Black on No Sides is crazy. Black on No Sides is crazy as fuck. But yeah, so he offered that, and I think that was like maybe 22, 23, and that didn't go anywhere. And then he disappeared, and I think he dropped like a freestyle right before the beef took place, and then he disappeared again because that overshadowed him. And he was talking about he wasn't looking for validation in hip hop, yada yada yada. And then he bounces back, and he has something to say, and I want to share that with you guys. I'm sure y'all have heard it, but what you haven't heard is my perspective. So let's pull this up. Y'all don't need to see it that much. We can play it from right there.
John's saying you didn't retreat into a whiter genre. In fact, you arguably went deeper into
I got
Black
BlackER.
music.
Yeah.
deeper into black.
Yeah.
So was that conscious? Was that a little twist on the typical move that white rappers make, which is to retreat back into traditionally white sounds?
It certainly made what I already wanted to do even more appealing.
Okay. There are so many bonds, stocks, and mahogany is crazy. Okay. This is nowhere near as bad as what Rory did. It's nowhere near as bad as what Rory did. But it's fruit of the same seed. When you afford an individual a certain amount of grace, they get a level of comfortability with feeling like they are a part of the program. They get a level of comfortability and they start to feel as if they are a part of the program and not an individual observing the program take place and looking at it as a exterior observer. You know, this is what Jack Harlow is what happens when a fan turns participant. He's a participant, but he's not even really a practitioner. He's a participant. And you can be an external observer and become a participant for as long as, like, Eminem got some shit on his jacket too that I've come to find out maybe in the last year and a half or so, as far as some shit he did that's like anti-black. But for the better part of his entire career, he has been a participant. Mac Miller, after like the Define Feminine and like watching movies with the sound off, he was participating, like he was an active participant and a practitioner. Eminem was a practitioner. You know what I'm saying? Like, there have been practitioners in the hip hop space that don't necessarily grow up in this shit. So you can become that. You just got to respect it. And the part of respect we become aware of your respect with the level of attention you pay forward into the music that you put out. And I haven't heard this Monica shit. I haven't heard it. And I'm probably not going to listen to it. Like, if kind of like how I feel about Brent Faiyaz, like, I don't ever need to listen to you make music again. I don't. Like, if at the same time I can go press play on Leon Thomas or Kalani. I know she got a new album that's finna drop. If I want to listen to some older Giveon, all of these R&B artists, all of these soul artists putting out like soul music and all of these things, like, I don't have to go find time to press play on Jack Harlow. Like, Jill Scott just put out a dope ass album. I don't have to listen to him. I can go listen to SZA. I can go listen to a whole bunch of people. Solange. Shout out to R. Lennox. She just dropped a new project. I hadn't really been too tapped in with her after her first album. But that might be, I just dropped the ball on that. But anyway, in reference to Jack Harlow, bruh got too comfortable. And bruh feels like, okay, I'm gonna go into the neo soul bag, pick up some aesthetic, because that's all he's doing. He went shopping and found a new aesthetic he could purchase. Yeah, Sir is dope too. Can I black? Crazy. So I was gonna say something. I forgot. I'm reading these comments, but bro just got too comfortable. I'm hearing that the music isn't good, and that's a bad visualization of where he was mentally when he was making it. He just thought that he could just put the costume on and people would respect him existing in that space as long as he looked the part. But sir, you don't look the part. Like, there is no swag for quote unquote neo soul in 2026. You picked up an aesthetic from almost 30 years ago, bro, and thought that you could just walk around and get that shit off. That's not how it works, bro. That's not how it works. That is not at all how it works. And also, another indicative thing, and we're gonna keep playing this because I want to, like, he gonna put his foot in his mouth, and I want to play another video that contradicts everything that he's saying for the rest of this video.
Absolutely.
Because you like pushing that boundary, that line.
I think I love black music. I love the sound of black
Who
music.
among us?
Yeah, I
it's
love
like-
the sound of black music.
Yeah.
And of course, I'm hyper aware of the politics of today, that safer landing spot that a lot of my white contemporaries have found. And of course, it appealed to me to do something that I felt like at a time when there's plenty of people expecting me to take some of the routes y'all are taking.
Yep.
To take the route that not only might not be expected, but is also the one I genuinely want to take. So all the stars aligned in that way for me, to be honest. I'm not going to pretend like what you're talking about. I was like, I guess you're right. I knew that there were multiple things appealing about this route, but I also came to the decision, I'm proud to say, off of what feels good in my ear. I love R&B music. I love the sound of soft, intimate, melodic music. So
real quick.
But I also came to the decision, I'm proud to say, off of what feels good in my ear. I love R&B music. I love the sound of soft, intimate, melodic music. I'm proud to say, off of what I love R&B music. I love R&B music. I love the sound of soft, intimate, melodic music. So I love R&B music. I love the sound of soft, intimate, melodic music.
Okay. I'm gonna pull that back up when I can find what I'm looking for. But there is a clip that is just, it's so crazy, like, because it's like, how do you go from one side of the, like, one polar opposite to the next? Oh, thank you. This ain't the full thing, but if I'm gonna find it and then I'm gonna pull it up. But I do want to show this. It's in pieces in the deleted video, and somebody on Twitter got this. But this is the clip. It's from Hot 97 back when they were, on syndicated radio, and they were playing a slew of black R&B / soul classic records. I gotta find the full clip. That ain't enough. I gotta find the full clip, y'all. Hold on, y'all can't even hear that. That ain't nothing. Hold on. I have to find the full clip of when he was just aloof. Cause that shit was like insane.
It's time for Whitish Wednesday.
Okay, this is the video. I just gotta find it. Hold on, y'all.
Play this at baseball game.
You watch the Yankees? It's kind of interesting.
That was all time.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Black?
Probably until she showed up at the Apollo
Was
and
it-
ripped it to shreds.
But her name.
We are white. Going 80s white. Album, you have a Brazilian influence. We're gonna leave you with this. I like you and I'll protect you against everyone. Oh, you got some.
Okay, so here we go. Oh yeah, get the likes up. I see it's like 273. Yeah, let's get them likes up to 200. Shout out to Retha. Shout out to all of the mods first and foremost. Shout out to all of the people who have contributed via super chat on and off of YouTube. Shout out to all of the people watching. If you're watching and you're not able to contribute, that's perfectly fine. I do need you to hit that like button though. And if you feeling so inclined, share the stream, man. Share the stream. I don't want to watch. I don't want to. I want to play the actual shit. I got the clip. I'm gonna play the actual video.
Simple joint. All right. So that was Whitish Wednesday.
So they just wrapped up Whitish Wednesday. We finna play some of the shit. Like, cause it's like, when was this? When was this? This was 3 years ago. What happened since then? Because it's like, okay, we also saw him go through the fiasco, not really knowing who Brandy was for real. This was May 11th. This almost 4 years ago. This is May 11th, 2022. And for him just to not really know who Brandy is, who is one of the most pivotal figures in R&B in the last maybe 30 years for real, especially like on some vocal shit. So like, when did you fall in love with R&B in that side of black music if 4 years ago you didn't even know some of the biggest records to come out of that side of music?
This is fire. Essential culture. Here we go. Here we go.
Here we go. This is the part to get nervous for.
This is Date. I gotta say,
this
Jack.
Is Saturday morning, clean the house. Right?
I will protect you. I like you, and I'll protect you against everything that comes your way.
If I don't know.
This. Well, because you don't know, and just you might, because if
Ready?
you know already,
Ready?
you would know. You make me happy.
Okay, it's clear. It's obvious. Hold on, my bad. My fault, twin. My fault, twin. It's look at his face. Look at his face. Like, this is the face of an individual who stayed out all Sunday night in college, got fucked up. Or like, we'll just say like Tuesday night, went out with his friends, got blitzed, got home at like 11:40 and forgot it was a math test due at midnight. Like, for all my people like who went to college like in the online era, where like especially like math tests and shit like that all had to be done online. That's what that looked like. I gotta sober up and try to do an hour worth of math tests in like 12 minutes. He don't know what's going on. He don't know what is going on, bro. He does not know what's going on. And granted, Jack Harlow at the time of this, let's see how old he was. We're going to start off with giving a bit of grace. At this point in time, he was 24 years old or so, which I'm not judging him for not knowing here. The question is, when did he fall in love with R&B and black music? When did he fall in love with this? When? As Terrence Crawford say, when did he fall in love? If at this point, some of the biggest records in that era or like in that genre, he's not even remotely familiar with them.
But I'm not black enough to protect you. Because my mom's white, but I'm a try.
But listen, who is it? It should be said though.
Let's see what else he finna miss.
24. But he does hip hop.
I know, but this one's.
Who is it?
Blackstar.
I thought I heard most at the beginning.
Yes, it's most definitely Talib Kweli.
You were afraid to guess.
Oh, okay. Hold on, y'all. I'm getting pissed off by this blurry shit. Okay, can y'all see me again? Let me see if I can see me. Okay. All right.
Don't be afraid to get it wrong. Man.
Okay, you got it. Next one, come on, I'm letting it fly.
Give that's a tough one. From the townhouse to the. Oh, Shawty's going tough.
Oh, I noticed.
I knew he would know this one. That's why I saved it for last.
He's like they're like talking real aggressive about hip hop and shit.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Okay.
Right. From half Nigerian specifically.
This is one of the newer ones.
Yeah, which is why I thought he would get it. Okay. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go Ethernet. I don't know what happened, like, cause we weren't having this problem before I got the upgrade, and it's like the upgrade made everything worse. Like I was getting the upgrade because I was like, maybe, just maybe, if we start doing like the cipher and it's like 6 people, maybe I need a stronger signal. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go straight Ethernet too.
I forget who this is.
The classics are easy.
I've lost the use of my heart.
Don't know yet? All right, let's make it easy. Too easy. And then the voice and everything. I was trying to give him something that was still kind of different.
Now look, I got it came with new equipment too. And I think I don't know, man, but whatever is happening is pissing me off. That's what I can say. But like, for what some of the album sounds like, at least for how people are presenting it, him not knowing Sade is criminal. Like I can even get down with the Brandy confusion, but like not on ear recognition, knowing who the router might be defective. Okay. I'll call him tomorrow. Because this is kind of important. So it's not going to matter if the signal coming through your line is weak. Okay, so I need to make sure. Okay, so let me go back to the Sade. We're gonna have a conversation about the router strength and shit later.
Hang on. Let me get you.
I gave you all the love I got.
But you thought what I was gonna do? It would have been easy too.
Gave you love.
What was you gonna do?
Yeah, what were you gonna do, Shawty?
Some Snoop. Early Snoop.
Oh, that would have been too easy.
Yeah, that was
too easy. And then the voice.
Bro, this nigga don't know Sade. Well, he's not a nigga. The fact that he don't know Sade is crazy.
He's from Brooklyn.
That doesn't help though, because he's not known.
That doesn't help at all.
He's not known to be from Brooklyn.
Got it. Okay.
It's my guy. I haven't seen him in a long time.
It happened the moment.
Who is it?
Maxwell.
Oh my God. Jesus.
Yo, he's 24.
I didn't know they were siblings. Who is it?
You didn't know Brandy and
Very famous.
Who's Ray J's sister?
Oh my God.
Who's Ray J's sister?
Yo, fact. He's serious.
I know that's.
Yo, he's 24.
I didn't know they were siblings. Who is it?
You didn't know Brandy and Ray J
are siblings?
Yes.
Wow.
Nobody's ever told me that in my life.
You just found that out today?
Nobody's ever told me that.
Wow.
Yo, give it up to Jack.
Love you, Jack Harlow.
Yo, that is amazing.
Okay, so I'm guessing he just didn't know that they were related. But like, I don't even believe that he knew who Brandy was. You didn't know who Maxwell was. You don't know Sade. You don't know Frankie Beverly and Mays. You didn't know Brandy, brother. You start listening to hip hop at like 10, 11, 12. You started rapping at 13. You caught a little wave and you was just focused on probably a very small pocket of hip hop. You was probably listening to Logic, Cole, Drake, maybe Joyner Lucas, and who's another pops, and maybe G-Eazy. You were listening to people in that vein. But as far as his R&B, like in that part of black music, and you loving it so much that you made an album worth of homage, It's that is not believable. It's not believable. Like, you would literally have to show us going through the phase of you learning these artists, because there's absolutely nothing that's showing me that you came into knowledge of the important shit as it relates to Eminem post relapse. Maybe, yeah, it just doesn't make sense. It does not make sense at all. Yeah, I got Spectrum Kadeem, because if you upgrade the speed, they gave you new armor. That's probably the issue. Replacing most of the new. Yeah, yeah. Definitely got Spectrum. Definitely got Spectrum, and it's like I try to do better. Because as far as the quality we have for viewing purposes, like TV and shit, I didn't need to upgrade. I was upgrading for y'all, and the shit was free. But for me to do it and get the equipment and it make situations worse, I'm kind of pissed off about it. So we'll wrap. We will wrap. We're gonna get to this J. Cole stuff, because I feel like I want to discuss that now. But let me see what this somebody sent me something regarding Solange. So let's read this. And I saw somebody ask earlier, who were those Caucasian gentlemen? I think they are from the Popcast, which is connected to New York Times, if I'm not mistaken. Nah, don't show me no. Okay. So shout out to Solange. Okay, Solange recalls troubling conversation between two white men that inspired a seat at the table. Oh, okay. So this is like some interesting backstory. So let's see where this goes. As long as it's big enough for me to read it and I read it to y'all, we'll be straight. Okay. A Seat at the Table proved itself one of the albums helping Black women get through this trying year during a recent interview. And during a recent interview, Solange revealed what inspired what inspired the LP. A troubling conversation between two white men. The singer told Helga Davis, host of Q2 Music's Helga podcast, that after receiving backlash for saying a white journalist covering R&B should know who Brandy is. Oh, wow. Oh, okay. I am seeing the correlation here. Okay. For saying a white journalist covering R&B should know who Brandy is, she was asked to join the New York Times music podcast for a discussion. I wonder if these are the same individuals. The singer declined, but the host, John Caramanica, and another writer, both white, talked about Solange's comment anyway. I went to Solange's concert and I noted who her audience was. And if I were her, I'd be careful of making these statements because I'd be careful not to bite the hand that feeds me. Caramanica said, Jesus. The Cranes in the Sky singer told Davis she felt the writers were intimating that his audience had ownership over her. The artist also directly references the incident in her song Don't You Wait. I got to go back and listen to the album again just for like with this small tidbit of context. Crazy. That was kind of the turning point in the transition for me writing the album that is now A Seat at the Table, she said. I began to think about that conversation and replaying it, and it haunted me. And it haunted my mother to hear someone telling her daughter, don't bite the hand that feeds you. And also the racial subtleties, the nuance shit, that are not so subtle of what that encompasses when you say that to a Black woman. Then you connect it by saying, do you know who's buying your records? So I was essentially being told to shut up. Hold on. Let me skip this. Okay, that was it. Yeah, that's especially directly how it relates to just the like how Brandy is such a linchpin in R&B, and how them not knowing just shows the lack of care that they really have for the genre. You know what I'm saying? Like, because if you're really into certain craft or certain just certain forms of media, or just certain sports teams, or certain just anything, like once you're really into something, there may be a particular thing that is not super popular at the time, but that gives you all the credit in the world to certain people if you understand or know about that thing. Like, now that people know that I've watched Attack on Titan, like people are DMing me on Instagram like, bro, I know you don't really fuck with anime like that, but I need you to watch My Hero Academia. And it's like, bro, no. But the thing about it is, when you reach, like, the closer you get to the core of a given thing, the more respect you get and the more understanding you'll have, as one of those core elements relates to a lot of the other shit that goes on. Oh, I'm not watching it. For example, like, imagine giving Kanye all of the credit for what took place 808s forward, completely ignoring T-Pain, completely ignoring what Andre 3000 did on The Love Below, completely ignoring other artists who were combining the harmony and the drums like earlier in music. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like, if you give all of that blindly to Kanye, and somebody was like, so you ain't gonna get no credit to T-Pain? And the person's like, well, who is T-Pain? I don't want to hear nothing you got to say about hip hop ever again. Ever. I don't want to hear nothing you got to say about hip hop ever again if you don't know who T-Pain is. Because if you don't, you're not able to give me any context about his importance in everything that was produced as a result of him simply existing in the genre. It's nothing you can do. And I don't want to hear nothing you got to say no more. So for an R&B artist, not an R&B artist, for a person covering R&B to not know who Brandy is in this era, it ain't nothing I need to hear from you. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I don't need to know. We no longer need to have a conversation. Kid Cudi as well. That's why, even though, like, outside of probably Man on the Moon, I'm not the biggest fan of Kid Cudi's music. I did like the Interstellar project. I did like that. Intergalactic, I'm sorry. I did like that. And I think I liked the project before last. It was pretty cool. But like, overall, I'm not the biggest fan of Kid Cudi. But Man on the Moon as a project is probably one of the most important albums BlackER forward. Because also, without Man on the Moon, we don't get 808s. So T-Pain in all of his contribution, Kid Cudi in his emergence, like, there's a whole era of hip hop, a whole subgenre of hip hop that probably does not exist without Man on the Moon and T-Pain. So if you don't know who those people are and you're trying to have a hip hop conversation with me, everything you're saying is null and void, because it's coming from a place of ignorance. You don't know. You don't know enough to have an effective conversation. So I don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear it. And the other part that they were saying about, hey, be mindful of who your fans are. We already know what that is. That's just littered in, littered in white supremacy. We already know what that is, and we'll always know, what I'm saying, what that is. So it's like, they almost talking to her like, who gave you room to speak? And be like, it really sound like be mindful, boy. Like that's what that shit sound like. Sound like be mindful. Don't take too many steps in the wrong direction. We will humble you. We will. Shout out to Stilo with the contribution via Patreon. I greatly appreciate that. I'm going to be snatching some clips real quick because we're going to transition into the J. Cole. I just want to make sure I have everything because I don't want to watch the whole interview. I don't want to watch the whole interview. I already watched it. I don't want to piss myself off again. But I did come to a certain revelation. I did. I really did. And I think I needed it. Probably because after this, I think I'm gonna discuss J. Cole from a different lens. Strictly for the fact of I think in that interview, he confirmed a lot of shit that I thought. And it was like stuff where people were like, you tripping, like you doing too much. You just like you really just throwing shit at him because you hate him. And it's like you have to have those conversations with yourself. And it's like, am I the only person listening? Am I really the only person listening? Am I the only person? Not the only person, but like, God damn, like, is it like when did it become a crime to critically listen and then review what you're hearing and then assess that and move forward with what you're hearing? Like that shit not making sense to me. It's like, okay, you listening too hard if that's what you're pulling from it, but you're not listening hard enough if you don't like it. And that shit was really just like put me in a weird spot. So I'm still standing steadfast to what I believe for sure. But it is like you start to feel a little insane. It's like, damn, bro, like I know that I'm not just making up the shit I'm hearing. I know I'm not. I know I don't dislike this nigga that much to the point where I'm just imagining and just snatching wild context that doesn't exist from what he's saying. Okay, so we got a couple clips, but first things first, shout out to the Rap Roundtable. Shout out to Jarv. I think I want to get him on at some point. Macito too. Probably just do a collaboration with them as a full outfit. But I want to play this real quick. I'm gonna discuss how I feel, and then we're gonna move into some of these clips. And I want to have a little theory time because I kind of have had it before. I discussed it before with what I felt like his rollout was supposed to be, and now I think it's I can't 100% confirm it because I'm not in his camp. But I ain't gonna lie, I don't know what other piece of evidence I would need to make it make more sense to me, other than somebody giving me his intended itinerary for 2024. But I'm gonna go ahead and play this.
Sometimes the lie.
Yeah, I saw that. I was in the chat and they was like, because I think he said it so fast, and they and shit, they probably not aware of who we are, which is cool. But when he was like, because I think he said, have y'all ever watched Decipher? And they was like, nigga, what is you talking about? But yeah, so yeah, I think that'll be dope. If we can tap in with them, because I have been watching them probably like the last 2 months or so. And I do think they have some good perspective. They got the heavy New York with them though. They got the heavy New York with them. So I think it'll be an interesting conversation to see how they interact with two niggas like from the South. Like, because that's a big thing that they kind of got going on right now. It's like New York versus Atlanta. So with Atlanta kind of being our cousins, and the reverence that we have for a lot of Atlanta artists, you know what I'm saying? I think that'll be dope because shout out to Stilo. Recently I got the Recession vinyl, And I was saying like, and she was like, bro, stop telling me thank you. I'm like, nah, bro, you don't understand. Like the Recession as an album, like that came out the year I graduated from high school. Like, and I was just thinking, I was like, damn, this was 08. Like I really like that's kind of like a defining album of my like late adolescence, young adulthood. You feel what I'm saying? So like how a lot of people want you to feel about the Carter 3 is how I feel about the Recession and how I feel about Young Jeezy as an artist. Like I'm taking him over 50 Cent, like as a whole artist. Like granted, like Jeezy did not have the peak that 50 Cent had, but catalog wise, I'm taking Jeezy over 50, and I'm kind of willing to put up the Recession against Get Rich or Die Trying. I really am. Like, I don't know who would win. I'm not saying Jeezy would win, but I'm low key right there. And then if it don't win, we got TM 101. We got TM 101 and the Recession. And then we got mixtape Jeezy. I'm really willing to stand on that. I'm really willing to stand on that. Like it's not a single miss on that entire album. Like, so yeah, bro, like that'll be a good conversation to have with them. And they'll probably, hopefully they don't, say the word Bama, but all in all, I think it'll be good content. But let me pull this back up.
It's better than the truth. And I want to be clear. Sometimes the lie is better than the truth. And I want to be clear. Big shout out to J. Cole for doing the interview. Big shout out to Nadeska for sitting down and asking the necessary questions. But your wife was crying and your soul was burning and it didn't sit right with you, man. I'm going to come clean and sound like J. Cole was laying it on a little bit too thick during that interview, especially in that portion about what led to him walking back to diss. Let's be clear. I commend J. Cole for even allowing the question to be asked, because we know in these situations there's times where the artists have the high ground and they can say, I don't want to talk about this, I don't want to talk about that, so on and so forth. So respect the Cole for even allowing the question to be asked. But that long form, drawn out story, and I recorded it, and it was bothering me and I couldn't sleep. And when I told my wife, she cried. I ain't gonna lie. It sounds like bullshit. I'm sorry. It sounds like bullshit. But if that's his rendition and it's not the Schoolboy Q stories and all of that that's out there, I guess we have to accept that. But it sure sounded like a long form version of trying to qualify some bullshit. I'm sorry. Y'all could be upset with me, but that's how I'm taking it. So
Look. I'm gonna be 100% honest. I'm gonna be 100% honest. Let me take this down. Y'all let me know if it get blurry again. I'm trying. It's weird seeing myself on the screen. But yeah, I said it yesterday. I was like, or today, I can't remember. I was like, J. Cole like has this thing where he can like talk himself out of some shit and like talk himself into something worse. And I feel like he was almost like he came with the platitudes and the anecdotes. He brought them to the ball game. And it's to the point where if I'm gonna say a bunch of, if you ask me a question and I respond with a bunch of universal truths, even if I don't directly answer your question, I'm saying a bunch of shit that we all will come to a level of agreement with. So basically this interview made shit worse. Yes. But it also gave me like the final level of closure. And I'll talk about that towards the end. But yeah, I think this phase of J. Cole, like, just let me know that he's doubling and tripling down on who he actually is, because he has to present more so how he. Okay, let me get this out. Okay, I said it back when we had Absa on. I think the last time it was me, her, and DJ, and I said that J. Cole has been having a conflict in character and persona. Damn, shout out to Habitual Line Stepper with the big dog. Came for the coleslaw crash out. Sorry I'm late. Thank you, first of all. Shout out to Habitual Line Stepper. Y'all put some W's in the chat for Habitual Line Stepper. Thank you for this big dog super chat. Highly appreciate it. Hope all is well. Thank you. But yes, as far as this J. Cole shit, you could not have arrived at a better time. But yeah, like I said, when it was me, Absent, and DJ, I was like, he's having a conflict of persona, which is who he's projecting through his branding and what his label is pushing to the world. He's having a conflict with that. Probably who he feels like he wants to be, which is who he raps like, and who he actually is, which is in part some of the shit he's saying in this interview. So regardless of what he says, one way or another, he is constantly in conflict with something he's already said, something he's about to say, or what he's currently saying. Because he operates from so many different crystallized versions of himself. And they all have to exist because they low-key are all mutually exclusive. The image that he projects, this calm, laid back, but also if you watch attentively enough, very fragile and socially disrupted, like that which gives off this layer of fragility and vulnerability and modesty. And people feel like Nadeska did a great job handling him. Nadeska did a fantastic, shout out to Nadeska. She's a good interviewer now. She did a great job handling J. Cole. Did a great job handling him. Rule number 1 of an interview: don't make the interviewee uncomfortable. That is what you don't do. Maybe you turn the direction of the conversation to get them to possibly address something or present it in a way that they're comfortable, or to know when to pull back. She did a great job at that. She asked that one question about where his head was at the night that he apologized. No, that's what I was saying when I said socially disrupted. That's what I mean. All of that. He can't, if you look enough, you can see he's not in a space where he has control to a level that's comfortable to him of the environment. And there were certain things that he said throughout this interview, in my psych mind, was bugging me the fuck out. I was listening to him at certain points in this interview, and this is where the people who are J. Cole fans is gonna be like, nigga, you are really a hater. Let me take a sip of water. Where I likened him to a toddler up into probably age 10, age 11, probably up into early teenage years, where that proximity to certain relics are necessary to make you feel comfortable. I have to be in this house to be comfortable. I have to have the Civic to be comfortable. I have to go back to Muhammad's crib to be comfortable. I have to do this, that, and the third, and just have attachment to these certain material things to be comfortable. I'm listening to it, and I'm like, in order for me to go to sleep, I need a nightlight, and as my kids say, I need my stuffy. I need my nightlight on, so it's not too dark in here, but it's dark enough for me to be comfortable and fall asleep with ease, and I need my stuffy. I need these material things to bring me comfort of a time past because I'm not able to be functional in the present in myself. Hold on, let me see what cuz talking about. Truth be told, 89, 86. I'm so tired of this beef. Cole fans are biased, Kendrick fans are biased, and Drake fans are biased. That's a non-starter. That's a moot point. That's a moot point. All fans are biased. That's like going to a game where the Ravens are like playing the Steelers at the Ravens stadium and expecting them to cheer when the opposing team gets a touchdown. Nigga, what are you talking about? That is a non-starter. That is a non-starter. But let me finish the rest. People wanted Cole to talk about it, and when he do, people find ways to complain about that. We don't want him to simply discuss it. People want you, when you talk, people want you to be honest. That is the thing. And I'm glad that you presented that, truth be told, 89, 86, because it gives me the opportunity to further speak on what I had to say. That's why I like sometimes when people say shit, because it gives me the opportunity to further extend what I wanted to say, because it makes it seem as if that person gave me a stare to take my next step. And I appreciate that. We don't simply want people to do things. That is too binary. That is too much of a binary way of thinking. It's not that, oh, you want him to talk about it, but then you got an issue with him saying it. If you got a kid and you tell your kid to go make up their bed, okay, appreciate it. But like I said, like I wasn't saying it to be rude. I do this all the time where people say things in the chat and then I use that to further the conversation. So don't take that as no form of disrespect. However, if you want your end, so I'm gonna use what you said to extend the point. When you tell your kid to make the bed, and if you go upstairs and the bed is made, but it's made sloppily, I'm gonna still have a problem with the fact that you made the bed sloppily. You didn't do it in a way that was conducive, or in a way that was satisfactory. So of course I am going to have a problem with the execution of the performance that I asked you for. So going back, and then I'll get back to the interview, even with coming up into the fall off, like once the fall off was announced, or like even as we were just talking about, like when the fall off was going to drop, blah, 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 blah. One of the big things was, is J. Cole going to talk, does he have to talk about the beef for the album to feel complete? And I was like, don't bring it up. Don't allude to it. Don't discuss it. Make it about the death of ego of J. Cole, the progression from rapper into whatever you feel like the next part of your journey is. Don't even mention the shit. Don't bring it up, because understanding what you did with the release of 7 Minute Drill, the deletion of it, the apology, Port Antonio, all of these things, you are not going to, nothing about that sequence of events tells me you're going to do it in a forthcoming manner. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, because given the fact that you are not operating in these multiple different facets of your existence with one linear mission statement, you are going to be trying to serve multiple masters at the same time, right? So, for example, if let me give you a correlation. When we dropped the fall off reactions, we dropped 2 of them. And one of the common like responses to those reactions, like outside of like some people was like, I appreciate, you know, I fuck with the reactions. Like y'all was kind of like on his head, but like the critiques y'all were making were honest. And some people was like, y'all niggas just hating, blah, 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 blah. But one of the ones that stuck out to me was like, y'all are rage baiting for clicks and views. And in the world of YouTube, especially like in reaction land, that's not how reactions work. That's not what gets them shared. That's not what gets them liked. That's not what maintains a certain level of consistent engagement and comments. That's not what makes them go viral, getting shared to other platforms. That is 100% against. It's actually tanking the video. So why would we do that under the guise of thinking it would get more exposure when we have other videos that have well over 100,000 views that don't exist in that same framework? So it don't make sense. Like we've been giving our honest reactions all of this time, but now we're clout chasing. So I say that to say, if we were serving multiple masters, we could have made that video or those 2 videos look like we loved that album and probably got a much better reception and a lot of more cold fandom to circulate our channel. We could have done it, but that would have been us trying to operate out of 2, like from 2 different spaces simultaneously. You're trying to leverage your pre-existing integrity because now if you say you like it, there are a lot of people who view you as a person with integrity. So they're going to listen to what you say and respect it. Even if they don't necessarily agree, they're gonna be like, hey, well, shit, maybe if Skip and DJ really like it like that, shit, maybe I don't like it, but maybe I'll give it another listen and see how I like it. You feel what I'm saying? So we didn't operate under the, let's maximize the views, because we could have did that, but it's like, nah, like I'm not finna. That's not how we got here, so that's not how we gonna get what we get, because whatever we get is a blessing. So in this J. Cole shit, like I was saying earlier, I feel like he's operating in a with a with fragmented pieces of himself, and they are battling each other because they all want to be in the front at the same time. You have rapper J. Cole. I want to be seen as the best for my creative contribution, which is nothing wrong with that. I am going to brag about my greatness. I am going to, whether real or not, offer challenges to any person looking to participate from what I see now in an exhibition, more so than an actual match, but to participate in an exhibition of skill set to see who's the best. It's nothing wrong with that. That's 1. 2, how he presents on his outer shell. This, I'm just going to throw anything on, whole crooked smile aesthetic, drip locks, I'm not really big on how I'm perceived from a physical point of view. I don't really care. I don't really care about that. I'm right within. So however y'all view me outside, like that's on y'all. Like, so okay, cool. So with that comes an interpretation of, oh, he's modest, he's humble, he's the everyman. You see him riding a bike in Manhattan. Whole time it's probably the best way to get around in Manhattan. Busy New York area. Like riding a bike is probably the easiest way to get around up there. But people see that, they view that how they want to. And then you have what comes out of his mouth when he's in public facing arenas and when he's on like social media, when he's in a more controlled environment. Hey man, it's just so dope that y'all, you know what I'm saying, listen to me, da 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 da. I really wanted to do this thing. It amazes me that I was able to do it, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, these three things are conflicting because how do you say you're the greatest? And when you show that you're exhibiting certain skill sets, it frightens you that you're able to do it. Like those things don't come together. And also, when you're challenging literally everybody, and then at certain points making very direct, pointed, doing everything but calling certain people by their name, subliminal disses, and then pushing that forward as an agenda for 5 to 6 years, coming up into the release of Might Delete Later, you're being perceived a bunch of different ways simultaneously. Your fans view you as the best of you, which is what you project when you speak through your media packaging. When you post those social media like typed semi-essay paragraph things, like that is what you want to be viewed as, which is like, I'm just mega appreciative, da 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 da. And that's cool. That's commendable. That's what's up. Peace and positivity, as Logic used to say all the time. That person would not be coinciding with the person who says they'll kill anybody that they rap with. And that person would not coincide with the person who, if I participated in said exhibition, or even deeper, actually rapping and killing this person through competitive sport, would not be in a place where I feel physically disrupted by these things. So all of this angst that J. Cole is displaying is due to the fact that he is in a constant state of internal conflict with Jermaine Lamar Cole, the individual, J. Cole, the rapper, and Jermaine, the brand. There are three different people actively trying to express themselves in one sitting, and they are in a constant state of conflict. And to prove that to you, we have musically to show that this is not just what hit like non-J. Cole fans. And I was a J. Cole fan probably up until, I think I probably became a casual, maybe like KOD. But like up until then, I was fucking with Cole. Like I was fucking with Cole the heaviest earlier on in his career, probably like from the warm up to Born Center. And then it started to decline as I saw that he wasn't growing in a way that I thought he would as an artist. Blah, 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 blah. But to the internal conflict part and the music that makes it make sense. You can get these three type of songs from the same person. You can get Johnny P's Caddy, which is more speaking to, well, it's actually speaking to both, but speaking to his greatness but also speaking in a competitive slash, well, braggadocio slash competitive, but like hyper competitive to the point where I'm inciting like actual rap violence, not violence as in beef, but like I kill one of y'all and like if y'all want to go head up type shit. You get that, you get who he projects to be, and Crooked Smile, and then you get him battling with the two sides of him. Well, you get the third side battling with the other two sides in Port Antonio. And also, the competitive side breaks out of that character and deeper doubles down into the point of I really want that smoke with 7 Minute Drill. So when you get a 7 Minute Drill that's existing on that side of battle format, when you get a Secret Recipe or a Jotty P's Caddy that's like alluding to wanting to go to that side, and then you get a Port Antonio that's speaking as if those other two sides of him don't exist. That's where people start to see contradiction. Like my issue with J. Cole and a lot of people's issue with J. Cole over the years wasn't necessarily whether we felt like there was an issue with how he was representing himself. Not for the most part. My issue with J. Cole was just like, I just don't feel like he's progressing musically with his peers. Like I feel like people's like the consensus is Forest Hills Drive is a classic. Musically, I don't agree, but I can't argue with the mass consensus of it being a classic album. You feel what I'm saying? So like, I just feel like I got to a point over time where, like True Be Told just said, I'm outgrowing him. Like over time, I outgrew J. Cole's music. And I think a big portion of J. Cole's music, in part to a lot of the people that he was coming across, seemed to be younger individuals, seemed to be between the ages of like 15 and 30. And I think 2014 Forest Hills Drive dropped about my age 25. Yeah, my age 25, 26 year. So like I was coming up out of my attachment with J. Cole because when it was at the beginning, he was rapping really, really well. But when you're young and you're rapping really, really well, that's your appeal. So as you grow, I'm expecting your music to grow and I'm expecting your artistry to grow and match the rap skill. You know what I mean? Just like with a good singer, it's like, okay, you're too great of a singer to not be able to make good music. You feel what I'm saying? Like, for example, like, what's buddy name? I think his name like Avery Wilson or something. He'll sing a lot of artists under the table, but I have yet to hear a good song from him. So like, yeah, J. Cole just didn't grow artistically. So I just started to fall further and further away from being the level of fan I was of his earlier on in his career, when whatever he was saying had more points of resonance. And by the time we get to the fall off, I'm like, I'm just hoping that this last one is indicative of what 8 years to 10 years building a full-bodied project should sound like. And it didn't. It didn't sound like that. And as a person kind of like grieving what you thought an artist would be, and then watching their final like magnum opus effort, because it's not necessarily so much, it's the product too, but it's what went into it. It's like, you know that he will never try this hard again. So this is the best effort or the most effort that he'll ever be able to give another project for the rest of his life. And it didn't land the way that it should have, even close. I'm talking about, I think in review, this 3-9 may have 3 records on there, maybe 4 that I like on the whole disc. and disc 2-9 may have 7, maybe 6 out of a 24 track album. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like, damn, like I was really wanting to love this album. I bought it and paid $80 before it even dropped. So it's like I was invested in this shit being dope. Like I had already bought like the extra strength command strips to put it on the wall because the vinyl was heavy as fuck because it's 4 of them. It's 4 LPs. I was ready. And it didn't turn out like that. Shout out to D2B2 with the big dog, $50 super chat. My dog said the rap equivalent of a 30-year-old prospect in boxing is a J. Cole. And we talk about Javante Davis a lot. And it's kind of like that type of similarity. Appreciate that D2B2 for real. That's what I said in the reaction, and I don't think people took well to that. But it was like, no, like that was like I was really invested, like really, really invested. Like I wouldn't have bought it if I would. Like I acted as a fan acted. I jumped on Birthday Blizzard when it dropped. We would have reacted the night it came out, but we couldn't link up to get it done, so we did it the next day. Like we was really there. Like it was like, bro, I feel like a J. Cole fan again. Like because part of me was like, okay, this it. And it's like this the fall off. So it's like if he does it, it's gonna be a beautiful moment because J. Cole's fans already gonna think it's dope. They saying the current version is better than Illmatic. So imagine if it was on the level of what I would have wanted it to be. J. Cole would run 2026. If it was like, I got it at like a 7, probably a flat 7. If it was like a real deal in Skip's mind, 8.5 to a 9.5 out of 10, like J. Cole is in a place where I can't even project what it would be, but it would probably feel like what To Pimp a Butterfly felt like. What To Pimp a Butterfly felt like once people caught up to it. Like the musical people was like, nah, this is a classic out the gate. Or like how people felt about Good Kid, Mad City probably. Because Good Kid, Mad City got the instant classic. To Pimp a Butterfly got dubbed a classic as well, but it was more a complex body of work. So once people got on to it, it's like, oh no, this is probably the best album of the 2010s. So imagine if J. Cole dropped what I would have envisioned as a 9.5, 9.3, just a 9 out of 10. Like it's a different level of conversation because the people who are really expecting or who are really just in the middle, just thinking that they finna get some dope J. Cole shit or get some shit from J. Cole that really like blow their mind as just objective listeners to his music. Like the fanfare around it expands because regular people it's just like, nah, I can't lie, bro. J. Cole dropped a classic. J. Cole dropped a classic album. You feel this? And it's not just his fans having the conversation. At that point, you're really having a real deal cultural defining moment. If J. Cole comes out of all of this shit and drops like a real deal classic, not like a fan classic, but a real deal fan classic, like for just the periphery and his fan base, like that's a different conversation. Primo One said Cole hit $100 million. How much hunger you think an artist has after that? I ain't gonna lie, dog. Like that's not a good enough reason because he didn't hit $100 million throughout the process of making this. It like that money shit, like it matters, but it don't matter to the point where you just get the excuse. Like it don't work like that. It don't. It does not work like that. You feel what I'm saying? Like a lot of people say 444 is like one of the most defining albums of the 2010s. Hove was up $500 million at that point. Hov was up $500 million at that point. Nas just put out 6 albums, 7 now counting light years, and he was up. A lot of people say he's the greatest rapper of all time. Like, that's not sufficient, bro. Like, especially if you're still leaning on being the greatest, that's where the hunger should come from. And there's a record on the off season when J. Cole starts the record. There is a word that he iterates twice before he starts rapping. No. That's on Might Delete Later. When he say they gotta hide their face. So turn that stuff was not the case. But before he starts rapping, he says one word 2 times. Hunger. Hunger. He reiterates that twice before he starts that song. Before he start rapping. And I think that's Niggas Don't Want No Smoke With Me and one of the ones. Like, you know. So if you can experience burnout, that's a part of any creative process. Like being just in this, what we do. Like I get burnt out probably every 3 months or so. Like it's a part of the process. Like artists go through writer's block. And I'm not comparing him to Kendrick in this instance. I don't even want to do that no more. I don't even think it's fair. But Kendrick said on Mr. Morale on Where I Step, he said, writer's block for 2 years. Nothing moved me. It's God to speak through me. What you're hearing now, the voice of yours truly. Like just that. He's displaying, like that is a common thing. It was Sticks and Stones. Appreciate it. Yeah. The fall off, come hit a growth on God. Yeah. So yeah, like that's a part of it. You have to work your way through that. That is a part of being great. You feel what I'm saying? Like you're going to come into blocks and plateaus. You're going to peak and all of these things. You have like, as a person who is standing at the top of the hill saying that I am the greatest, you have to work through those things. You have to work through those things. That's a part of the journey. Like writer's block and creative struggles and a lack of inspiration, those are all parts of it. Like you're not going to be inspired all the time. And that is also a reason why new life experience is so important, because you draw inspiration from those new connections, new experiences that you have, because now you have more things to rap about, which is why in one of J. Cole's literary pieces that he put out before the release of The Fall Off, he said, the second half of this album was put together after the event that dominated the algorithm in 2024. For the people who don't know what that is everything that happened between Like That through the Super Bowl or the release of GNX, however you want to put it, if you want to stay in 2024, or you can just say from Like That to the release of GNX. That brought him a level of inspiration where he was able to put together Diss Through 9 and release what we now know as The Fall Off, right? The point I'm making with that is experience breeds inspiration, which breeds content to breed music. So if you are going through spells or where you're not inspired, you need to go search for that in the world. It may take time to do that. That's part of it. But also sitting with the same project for so long can create a sense of burnout because you can't gauge progress. You can't gauge progress because you're sitting in the same space continuously, which leads me to this one thing. And we're going to get back to because y'all already know how I get down. We finna cook this whole J. Cole shit. To anybody, as a matter of fact, I ain't gonna do that. This ain't the time. This ain't the time for that. I was finna allow somebody to come up, but this ain't the time. However, I made a version of the Fall Off, my own version, which is something that I can enjoy. And this is not something I normally do, as a matter of fact. I'm trying to share it. Let me see. Hold on real quick, y'all. I made my own version. So for the people who have, hold on. I lost y'all. Hold on. I got to get the screen back. Hold on. But what I did was I made a version of the Fall Off, and I put it in a playlist on Apple Music. So for the people who feel like, as Eminem say, I'm saying shit just to be saying it, it's like, nah, that's not how we getting down. So let me pull up. Damn, what a fucking StreamYard, bro. I really lost y'all. I'm gonna get y'all back in a second. I really lost the screen. I don't know if I got rid of it or what. I'm gonna just re-enter the studio. It's probably finna be weird. Let me see. Okay, we just gonna rock. Okay, so I'm finna put it in the I'm finna put it in this way. But yeah, I'm gonna share with y'all my version of the Fall Off, as I feel like it should have been expressed. Cause I feel like he should not have dropped it. He should have dropped it. He shouldn't have dropped the Might Delete Later in the off season. That's what I was trying to say. He should not have dropped Might Delete Later in the off season. I feel like he put those out because he felt like he needed to release something, number one. And number two, he felt like some of those songs weren't Fall Off eligible. But in the need to still exist in the ecosystem, he felt like he still needed to be an active participant, which I understand. However, just because something makes sense don't mean you should do it. And that's the biggest thing. Just because something makes sense don't mean you should do it. So I put that in there, and at your own leisure, you can check that out. It's a mixture of, I think it's 18 songs, maybe something like that. And it's built off of songs from the Fall Off, of course, Might Delete Later, and the off season. It still tells the same story without a lot of the unnecessary shit that he felt like he needed to do to get that artistic point across that doesn't land, because the payoff doesn't feel real because there was no build up to those things. There was no real build up to those things. So hey, get the do me a favor, get the likes up to get the likes up at 200. Oh, we already passed 200. Okay, I had to refresh. But yeah, it just doesn't meet that level, because some of the songs that actually should have made the Fall Off, that would have given the album a consistent purpose with what the theme of the fall off was from how he was presenting it, particularly with that video when he was washing the Lambo and eating that fucking Waffle House or whatever and all of that shit, and the song Quick Stop and all of the other material that was released connected to the fall off. This collection of songs in this order would have made a lot more sense and like covered what the central theme of the fall off would have been or should have been, in my perspective. AR'd properly, fat trimmed, some of the artistic risks that did not have to be taken as a beating my chest to say that I did it, while still maintaining a lot of the essence from the energy that was created around building the fall off for all this time. So I did that. I'm trying to find this fucking, where is the StreamYard link? Where is it? I need that back. Let's see if we can reopen the closed tab. Oh, okay. I had closed it. That's why. Or did I? Nope. Okay, Mike check. I'm just trying to make sure I can hear me. I want it's cutting. Okay. Hold on. Okay, y'all can still hear me. So like I just can't pull nothing to the screen because whatever happened with whatever happened, the StreamYard that I had, that shit is gone. And if I pull it up again through another link, it's doubling me in there, so I can't get it how I want to get it without fucking it up. So just let me know if y'all can hear me right now. Put some ones in the chat if y'all can hear me, because I'm kind of gonna have to analog the rest of this stream. So I'll probably just be talking. We may not be able to pull in the y'all can hear me. If I can find it, if I can get that clip back up, I'll pull it up and watch it. I just can't get the original StreamYard back up. This the one thing I don't like about having a Mac. Oh, there we go. I think. Let's see. Okay. I don't know what, bro. I'm so bro, y'all don't understand, bro. Like this computer shit is crazy, bro. This computer shit is crazy. What the fuck was I even saying? Like I was like ad-libbing for like 10 minutes trying to get this shit back working. Okay, so shout out to Jarf. I'm pulling that down. I have a version of the fall off. It's in here. I'll put DJs in there as well. DJ, you're gonna have to send me the link or post the link in here. Matter of fact, just post the link in the comments, bro. Because if I try to get back out, I might fuck this shit up again, and I don't want to do that. Because with the Mac, like sometimes it'll make something that you have just disappear, and you kind of, it's hard to find it. But yeah. So I guess for lack of to spare us wasting time, I'm finna start playing some of these clips before I fuck this shit up again. Okay. Oh, okay. So right here at the double disc. Okay, this is perfect. I'm gonna pull this up and we're gonna watch it. I'm gonna sit it right there for a second. Cause let me scroll down. Okay, so we'll address that in a second. I'm gonna come back to that. Because like I was saying, with the whole project of it, like it's one disc, it's 18 songs, it follows the theme perfectly. It ushers in like a breaking point in the album to show what's most important, and then it goes through a second progression to reach the ending of the album. With the version that I did, it has 3-9 intro as the intro, and it has, I think, Ocean's Way as the outro. So it ends. So those are great bookends to the album with what we have available. Those are the best ones we have available. I feel like the outro, Ocean Way or whatever it's called, is the best outro. Or it is a great outro, period. 3-9, it still has kind of its warts. I feel like the way that it was built and constructed, like it was like, hey, we don't have a good transition point. Hey, cuz just throw some gunshots on there, and then we'll turn it to a whole nother song. Like, what the fuck? Like, nasty transition. Anyway, but it gets the point across for what the album is supposed to reflect. Like, the album starts off, it's like, okay, I want to be the greatest again. How do I work my way to that? I hit a point in my life where real life happens, and that is symbolized by Let Go My Hand. And then it flows into like him being at peace with understanding that the road of J. Cole has to eventually end. So I thought the way that the album was sequenced was beautiful. I did this as a thought experiment with DJ, co-host, of course, and our homeboy Cole from BYNK Media. I ain't gonna lie, I think my structure was the best, but that's probably, just me speaking, because I'm kind of in favor of my shit. So if you see J. Cole in my year end on Apple Music, just know it's because I'm playing my version of a 18-track adventure of what the fall off should have been in my eyes. And I'm probably going to continue to play that. Shout out to the great Enigma. Dang, Skip, you really were a J. Cole fan. Salute to your willingness to truly evaluate and critique his artistry and align with his persona. Yeah, like I really was like, and I feel like also, and I didn't do it for this purpose, but if you listen to that album, the version or the playlist that I made, because it's not an album, but if you listen to my playlisted version of what I feel like the album should have been, I feel like you'll be able to see the different nuances of I use that word, but the different levels that I'm approaching it from as a fan. It still has the elements of J. Cole that we all appreciate the most, while making it a shorter album, more concise, and still giving it the thematic thread that it needed. A 10 track version, I ain't gonna lie, we can't even, I couldn't even make that. Are you gonna make DJ a mod? Shit, should I? DJ, you want to be a I never thought about that. Yeah, fuck it, why not? Let me see if I can do that. I gotta do it on YouTube. Oh shit. But yeah, I make bro a mod. That ain't no thing. I didn't. What would they give him like? He'll be able to. I don't even know what mods can do, like outside of like knocking niggas off and shit like that. But yeah, I make him a mod. Here we go. DJ, you have been given managing moderator privileges. Okay. Shout out to Reggie. He said, Skip, how many tracks were you on the fence about when making this playlist? For the I'm gonna answer this quick, and then we're gonna get to the to the actual interview so I can start kicking his back in. But the rules we made was you could only use off season, might delete later, and the actual fall off to make this new version of the project. Oh, mods can post links in the chat. Bet. So yeah, that was the rules that we operated under. And once I started to see the through line theme wise of the project, I probably got down to pretty quickly. I got down to 30 really quick, just off quality of the music. I got down to 30 really quick. And then I think my first initial version was maybe like 30, not 30, it was 21 songs. And then it was just like 3 of these songs, like some of these songs I don't need, either whether they're like thematically redundant or the quality just isn't matching the rest of it. So once I got it down to like 19, I think I had one more song that I felt like one of those songs I was just like, yeah, I just don't need this. And I think that might have been, was it 3000? No, I think 3001 still on there. It might have been, I was thinking about putting Spicy, or ain't that what that song called with Young Dro and Ari Lennox? I was thinking about putting that song on there, and I was like, nah, I don't need that. Because I didn't really know a place for it. Like, it sounded like an intro, but it's not the quality of like an intro for an album of this caliber. So I was just like, nah. So I was able to build this playlist in like an hour and a half. I was able to build it in an hour and a half. So yeah, it didn't take long. It didn't take long because I knew what I didn't want. I knew what I didn't want, so it was just refining what we had there. But yeah, let's get to this. And then, you know, shout out to Bakugan. We wanted to see Skip crash out. Then when we saw how genuinely disappointed he was, we just wanted Cole to be better. I think that's, yeah, man. And if you go back and watch that reaction, and I'm not advising y'all to, or you know, but if you go back and watch like certain portions of that, you can see the disappointment, bro. Like, I think people really thought that it was like, nah, we rage baiting. It's like, no, there's, especially me, like I can't speak for DJ because I haven't went back and watched it. But it was like genuine disappointment. Like that laughter was like I can't believe this is what we're getting type shit. I just can't believe this shit. Like, for it to be that like folk song intro, random gunshots, and then go into 2-6, I was like, what the fuck are we doing? It's like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, is this what we're doing? Like, on your magnum opus album, you are interpolating Sexy Red because everybody's like, nah, he's saying the A or whatever. That's Fayetteville slang. Duh, nigga. I know that. But the if you see me and you want to see what's up, like, that is Sexy Red. He interpolated her chorus and flipped it, which is what we call it, interpolation, when you take art from somebody else and you bend it to meet what you want it to be. You took the melody and the call out, you adapted it from Ski, you took that off and used the Fayetteville shit. That is interpolation, nigga. Were you more disappointed in the Carter 6 or the Fall Off? I already knew Wayne was trash. Artist wise. So I think the appropriate question with that would be, were you more disappointed in the Fall Off in the Carter 3? And I still would say the Fall Off, because of how long it took him to make it. I didn't expect that Wayne album to be good at all. I didn't even, like, we didn't do a reaction for it. We didn't do an album review for it. Like, I listened to it only because it was in the road to 100 for 2025. I knew it was going to be bad. I listened to it one time, but I knew it was going to be bad because the Carter 5 was okay. The Carter 4 was a recreation of the Carter 3. The Carter 3 is really hyped up Carter 2, his best album. Carter 1, low key, his best album too. But yeah. But yeah, I was more disappointed in the J. Cole because I actually had expectation. Like, I'm thinking that this was gonna be the last. I was thinking that this was gonna seal my fandom. Like, this was going to be like that last moment, like Rocky beating Drago, or Rocky beating up Tommy outside on Rocky 5. Like, I thought it was gonna be some shit like that. Like, it was gonna like be the capstone of his career. So and he spoke on it like that. So I believed what he was telling me. And that's the thing, when you're a fan, sometimes you just blindly believe shit niggas be telling you. So
Forest Hills Drive, there was.
So we're gonna start watching these clips. I'm gonna provide perspective. I got my good shoes on, like with the spikes. So at times I will be applying pressure to his back with those spikes in these boots. Let's go.
Ported Forest Hills Drive, there was a version that was a double disc. You played it and you're like, this is too long. So once it got to the fall off, you were just like, nah, I'm gonna go for it.
No, it actually happened the reverse. Like it
Real quick, as we go, if anybody is being disrespectful, not only DJ, but the other mods, y'all have the go ahead to send niggas on about their way. That's it.
happened like like you said, Forest Hills Drive was like a double disc at one point, and then right towards the end I'm like, oh, I'm bugging, like this shit is way too long, you know what I mean? And then we cut it down on this one. At a certain point, I was just like, oh shit, I have all the, I was the opposite. I was cutting too many songs that I've loved and felt passionate about. I'm like, yo, nah, this shit don't make sense. Like, that's the fall off too, though. Like, that reaches the bar. Like, that's got to be there. And eventually I was just like, yo, I think there's two stories being told, and I think this is a double disc project. And I see it, because I think you asked earlier, like, when that concept for disc 29, when this was a 15-song album, the concept was always in line with disc 29's concept, which was like, yo, it was a trip back home at the height of.
I ain't gonna lie. At this point, there is a level of fam low key he should be thanking them niggas. He should be thanking Dot and Drake. Because not only did it like stop what he was doing, and we'll discuss that later, because I got a very interesting perspective on all of this shit based on some shit I said a year and a half ago now, as it relates to J. Cole. But if we would have got the fall off in 2024, it would have been Forest Hills Drive 2. It would have been Forest Hills Drive 2. It was the exact same album for the most part, because it was like the whole disc. He said disc 29 was that was the format. Me going back home at the height. Age 29 is Forest Hills Drive. Content wise, it's kind of the same shit. His magnum opus, if released in 2024, was going to be a recreation of Forest Hills Drive. So in a roundabout way, he really should be grateful with what happened in 2024. Because as the great Wale says, most times, darling, the sequel sucks. And even if it doesn't suck, it doesn't meet the level of the original. And not that he would have named it Forest Hills Drive 2, but it would have came with the same motifs, the same time frame, the same nostalgia offering, just 10 years later than the original, it would have fell flat because it's like you're trying to recreate past glory. And nothing on that original This 2-9 is really like surpassing the highest moments from Forest Hills Drive. And Forest Hills Drive has some low moments, just like This 2-9 does. But like the high moments on Forest Hills Drive are higher than the highest moments on This 2-9. To be fair, he kind of been living in nostalgia for a while. That's what I was getting to earlier when I was saying I gotta be at Muhammad crib. I had to get my sense of perspective back. I had to go get a bed and live and stay the night in my mama and stepdaddy room. I gotta get in the Honda. Like that material attachment to times past shows that you're not able to exist comfortably in the present. I need my binky. I need my stuffy, and I need my nightlight because those things give me comfort of time past so I can exist in the present. Or so I can be in the present instead of wholly existing in the present. And the last comparison I'm gonna probably ever make between him and Kendrick on a stream ever again. And this is a comparison. Well, after the stream, I'm probably not gonna compare them again because I got some other stuff I want to talk about. But the difference between J. Cole, Aubrey Graham, and Kendrick Lamar over the last 3 years, which has been revealed while we've been watching them sit in the pressure cooker since March of 2024, is Kendrick is the only one that appears resolute. Kendrick Lamar is the only one of the big three that appears resolute. So when you listen to the level of energy that they carry when they've spoken on actual platforms since March of 2024, the other two, double talking, speaking fast, unclear messaging, visible angst. Kendrick, calm, living in the present, only wanting to discuss the present, peaceful when you see him, smiling, enjoying the present moment, actually having fun with his current environment and surroundings. The discipline into the element of him working out and all of these things speak to a level of him being resolute, because with being resolute comes discipline. And with discipline comes an understanding of the road that you're taking in the present moment, understanding that delayed gratification is going to be more important than anything that you can do in the moment. So when you see the nigga, him being Dot, from what we were saying 2 years ago, like, bro, why the fuck is this nigga doing push-ups and burpees in a park? That's a part of his program. That is a part of the discipline he's built for himself that goes into the running and all of those things. And while it's not like, oh, why you excited about a nigga working out? It's not about the necessary working out. It's about having a regimen that you are operating in because you believe in what it will provide for you. And you made that decision a long time ago. And doing it every day is showing your dedication to the decision you made. And when you operate within the decision you made based on a series of steps that you provide yourself with, building consistency, you operate with more confidence because you know what you're doing. Or better yet, even if you don't know exactly what you're doing at the time, you know why you're doing it. Personal example. I told y'all before, and I'm going to tell y'all again, but I'm going to say it shorter. Everything that you see visually, I drew it out first. I wrote it down first. And it happened kind of as I jotted it, as I brought it into the physical and made it real and dedicated myself to those things. It may not have happened exactly how I wanted to, or within a realm that I could ultimately control at all times, but it happened and exceeded what I put on paper. Once again, starting in 2026, my wife bought me for our anniversary, which was December 31st. Shout out to us. She bought me a book, like a content planner book. And I was like, you know what? I feel like all 2025, I was moving reactionary with the content. Like we was doing stuff and we was having success, but it was like I didn't feel in control, like how I felt for the most part, the latter part of 2024. Like I felt like we were more in control. Like granted, we were learning about all of this shit, but I felt like I was in control because a lot of the shit was planned out. And I feel like the success we had during that time was predicated on that. So in 2025, while we still had success, it was more so like reactionary. Like I was like, okay, we're going to do this, but it wasn't properly planned out. So some of those things didn't happen as they were supposed to because the plans didn't exist. So it's like you waiting for a right moment, but you didn't plan for it to even start. So how can you complete something that you're not planning to start? And if you're not planning to start it and you already have eyes on completing it, everything that takes place between you half-ass starting it and finishing it is going to be representative of that action. So starting 2026, she got me that book. I started writing in it with goals that we had, things that I wanted to do. And immediately they started happening. Immediately they started happening. Boom, out of nowhere. We had been trying to get that Chica interview for months. I wrote that shit in that book. 4 days later, we had that interview book. 4 days later, we had that interview book. 4 days later, I have to show it to you. It's downstairs. It's just a standard planner. It's not like a something. I think it might say content planner on the top, but I'll show it to y'all. It's in my book bag downstairs. I don't want to go downstairs and wake baby girl up because she right. Her room right across the little breezeway right there. So if I go out and she wake up, I'm cutting the stream off. But if I can get downstairs, I'll show it to y'all before we get off stream, or I'll put it in the deciphered Patreon chat. But I wrote that down. 4 days later, that interview or conversation about the album was confirmed. 4 days later, I wrote down I wanted to do something panel related with the channel. I didn't know if it was gonna happen like that. Next thing you know, it's me, DJ, Jalopy, BK, me, DJ, Jalopy, BK, Jay Nolan, and it was supposed to be Moni, but she couldn't make it. All of that shit was happening like at the same, like as those things were taking place, the will of the people around me started to put things into motion that made it come to be. I wasn't even gonna ask Jay Nolan because I was like, I don't know if he gonna say yeah. But with me planning and putting it on paper and being dedicated to making that a real thing instead of just something that's in my mind floating around that I may do if I get a chance to, it worked. And that in episode 1, like showed how successful that can be. Episode 2, we had some hiccups due to people not being able to be a part of it, which is, a part of the process. Boom, that happens. Emails go out, new handshakes get made. Episode 3, it's gonna be a good one. It's gonna be a good one. I think y'all gonna enjoy that. The topics are already written out and they wrote in that book. They're in the book. Like, I'm not moving with the utmost, resolution, but as much as I can with that, I am. And I see that it yields positive results when I adhere to what's going on in that book. So I say that to say, for the last 18 months, J. Cole and Drake have been moving with no book. They have been moving with no book. They had a goal that they want to get to. The start point has not been indicated. So they are doing everything they can, hoping that one thing will turn the tide of everything that's supposed to be in the book. J. Cole has been trying to rewrite the narrative the entire time, whether it be through Port Antonio, the promotion material that came with the fall off, Birthday Blizzard, I Love Her Again. It ain't a lot in there, but it's a little bit. The whole entire song, What If? You sat down and penned an abomination of a hip hop record. You penned an abomination of a hip hop record in What If? Your fans gonna like it so much so that they making AI renderings of it, which a year and a half ago, I thought AI in hip hop was unspeakable. And for people to see J. Cole as the face of authenticity and to be making AI renderings, which is anti-hip hop, at its core, is anti-hip hop in that way that it's being used. Y'all playing with dead people, using their voices to help him get across the point of maybe me and Buddy will still be cool if the bullshit ain't get in the way. First and foremost, what is the bullshit? Second of all, why didn't you speak from first person? And that's my biggest issue with J. Cole. A lot of the times you be speaking from the perspective of other niggas trying to get your points across. Speak from your own perspective, and then allow your perspective to be as mature as you're projecting to be, so people can really get an understanding of what you're trying to say. It can take you as long as it needs to for you to write it. You're an artist, you're a lyricist, you're a technician, master craftsman. Sit down, self-reflect, do the inner work, go to therapy if needed, get it right. So you're not sitting up battling yourself. Because there's no reason, if your goal of that song, I'm not stupid. I know I'm not. Because what you said in the song reiterates a lot of the talking points from Point Antonio. So I know I ain't tripping. Just like a lot of the points that you made in 7-Minute Drill reiterate a lot of points from Pie and Secret Recipe. The shit lines up. What's good, Absolute? I love the new logo. Just wanted to say that. But the shit lines up. So there's no way to get away from it. There's no way to get away from that. So when we're looking at how you're expressing yourself, you're constantly trying to undo things that you can't prevent. I mean, that you can't, you're trying to undo things that you can't fix, when honesty is the only real way to fix them. Honesty is the only real way to fix them. And even if you don't fix them outwardly, fix them inwardly. And that way you can express yourself more honestly when you project to the world. That's the biggest thing. It's like, my nigga, I'm watching you sit in my face and still lie. And even if you're not quote unquote lying, you're telling a version of the truth that makes you look like it makes you look like a better person. And we all do it in some way. We all have ways of doing that. We all want to be the heroes in our own story. However, when every point of view that you present is half cocked, you're going to start to come across as a bullshitter. You can't iterate. Like, you can't have villain ideation with victim symptoms. It don't work like that. You can't have villain ideation with symptoms of a victim. It does not work like that. Shout out to Key. She said, Skip, maybe he's convinced himself of his own lies, truly, like what people do when they take a lie detector test. They believe their own lies. I think the level of angst he displays does not give me that. The level of angst that he displays does not give me that. We haven't played. We're gonna play some clips because the interview. I ain't finna sit here. I ain't gonna hold you. I ain't finna sit here and watch this shit all the way through. I'm not finna sit here and watch this shit all the way through. I ain't even gonna hold you. I ain't gonna hold you. He don't believe this shit 100% because he understands that there is a truth that he believes that's up under this. And he can't present you guys that truth because if he lets you know that he believes in that truth more objectively, it cracks holes in who he's projecting to be. Can't believe in I still believe this. I think he could. Shit, I don't know if he really fuck with them niggas like that. But there is a version of Jermaine, whether it be Jermaine Cole, the human being, Jermaine Incorporated, the brand, or J. Cole, the rapper. One of those three individuals truly believes in its heart everything that was said on 7 Minute Drill and Pie and Secret Recipe and Johnny P's Caddy. Like, really believes it. And that version of himself cannot accept the fact that he has to, in preservation of Jermaine Incorporated, the brand, say these things. Y'all know I love Kendrick, man. He dropped that bazooka, da. I wanted to keep it friendly, this, that, and the third, all this other shit. That's why Port Antonio comes out. He was bullshitting on stage. He was lying to you. He was lying to you on stage. But more importantly, he was lying to himself. He was lying to himself on stage. Did he believe it somewhat? Maybe a little bit. But that wasn't him standing in resolution. He was not being resolute on that stage. And you know why I know he wasn't being resolute on that stage? Because Port Antonio came out. Port Antonio came out. He released a song speaking down on both of them. And then speaking down on both of them abstractly without calling names, and then chose a side. And whichever side he chose, that's completely his prerogative. I don't have a problem with that. A lot of people try to limit it to like, oh, you a Kendrick fan, so you're automatically going to be opposed to whatever J. Cole does. No, J. Cole is operating in a way that shows a series of internal conflicts. A series of internal conflicts. I'm not talking to you, Sir. If his wife was crying, she was crying because she realized in that moment she married a coward. That's crazy as fuck, D2B2. And this is a big super chat. This is a big dog. This is a 50 ball. I ain't gonna hold you. That is insane. Okay. I'm gonna say this without saying what I really want to say. And if I talk too much, I might fuck up and say some shit that I'm not supposed to say, because it's no way that it's gonna come across well. And since I know people clip me up and put me on back channels and make videos and shit, I gotta be mindful of what I say. I think, and this just goes further into the persona, the character of the man, the rapper, and the persona / brand. I think when he gets home, 2 of those 3 don't exist. When J. Cole gets home, J. Cole and Jermaine Inc. stay in the car. They stay in the car. Jermaine Cole walks in the house. And I think there is a level to which J. Cole and Jermaine Incorporated don't consistently get discussed or observed inside the house. I think J. Cole, the rapper, is a uniform that he puts on and goes out into the world as that individual and does not express any relation or connection to that individual when he gets home. And I think that also would give credence to the degrees of severance between the 3 personalities or the 3 persona functions. That would make shit make a lot more sense. That speaks to his lack of ability to be inspired when he's not in that mode. It would speak to him struggling so long to put this out, being that he was doing a lot of this shit in a like at home, or him having this struggle of identity when he was putting together the Fall Off Is Inevitable lyrics, because that level of severance is being fractured. He's trying to operate simultaneously as 2 different individuals. Because if he was full blown J. Cole when he was doing that, that would not have been surprising to him. Is J. Cole's wife a fan of hip hop? Why was she crying? He said that she cried because of she was witnessing the effect that it was having on J. Cole. So she was relieved that not only that he was going to apologize and that would rectify the issue, but also he said by his words that she knew how much of an affinity he had for Kendrick. So I ain't gonna say anything else about the wife. I actually don't even want to address her at all. That's why I wanted to be mindful of how I approached the part about the persona splitting or the severance aspect of it, because I really think that those other 2 personas don't exist when he at home. They don't. I really think they don't. And I don't think she really engages much. Or well, I'll say I don't think there's a level of engagement or presentation of who he is outside of home at home. And in one of the early songs on Friday, he got a bunch of albums that start with F. But on Forest Hills Drive, he says, don't give them too much you. Don't let them take control. No matter what you do, don't let them taint your soul. So that shows a level of, that shows that perspective of him operating from a level of disconnect. And I see that only to have grown since then. So much so that it's like, damn, bro, like I have to get in that mode. Like I kind of gotta like find the switch. Like I don't even know where the switch at to turn it on. Like I gotta go find the switch. And while I understand that, like, that's cool. It might even be healthy to a certain extent if you feel like you need to compartmentalize those parts of your existence to function, which is why I thought the fall off would be about ego death and ultimately killing J. Cole so you could go be germane to your family. That's why I thought it was going to be like that. And so yeah, I just think bruh's like he's at war with himself, and it's multiple hymns, you know. And that shit is just creating a constant struggle. And it's something I want to show y'all in a second after we go through some of these clips that's gonna kind of lead me into my theory time.
Fame, and I'm dealing with X, Y, and Z, but it was not as microscopic, super hyper focused. It was more interpretive, like how Forest Hill Drive is. Like I see the story in Forest Hill Drive. Like I see what's happening. I don't know if anybody else does, and I don't even give a fuck. But I see like the movie in my mind, and it's interpretive. It's not like you listening to a step by step, and then this happens, and then this happens. It's more like, you know what I mean? It's more like open for interpretation. This 29 is like, no, you can see it. Just like you said, you see my homeboy sending a message, boom, boom. The next thing you know, I'm back home for the funeral. Then you see like, oh, he told me about such and such making a song. So then Poor Thing comes on, you hear me respond to that. Then you see me sending a text to the girl that like I've been knowing for a while. And like every time I come here, we got a little thing going on. That's legacy, boom, boom. Then you see me linking with my homeboys. Then you see us going to the club. Then you see us in the club. You see the visual progression of this album that up to the let out, this big climax moment or whatever. So the original non-double disc version was the same story, but a much more interpretive version. It wasn't like, oh, then this happens, then this happens, then this happens.
Reported for.
And that's what the version that I made was. It was much more like, it's not a more so in the physical exchange. Like it's like just a series of emotions that he's going through, trying to work his way. He's working his way through these certain perspective points. And it's like just finding out, like finding the way to finding meaning in finding meaning in the desire to do both things. Okay, so real quick. So yeah, you just have to play the version, or just look at the songs. If you familiar with J. Cole, just look at the songs and be like, okay, boom, 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 boom. I see how that lines up and makes sense. But we're finna go into this next one real quick, because I feel like I've been doing a lot of talking. So I do have something to say about this one though. Because this nigga just be, man, my boy be talking, man. He really do. He really do. He be talking, bro.
For sure.
If you pay attention, really, like you kind of feel the emotions that you were going through at the time.
Sure. Yeah.
You know?
For sure. So those were the emotions. Like the emotion of you hearing somebody talking about you, and I'm not outwardly like say what? You know what I mean? But internally, it's like, first of all, nigga, I don't even fucking know you. You know what I mean? And mind you, that's not the specific Poor Thing story. Because to me, Poor Thing, mad people hit me like, yo, who you talking about in the third verse of Poor Thing? It's like, bro, that's not even really important. What's important is the emotion that I'm giving you. Really, if you really want to know the truth, I combine a bunch of niggas into that last verse, the punk bitch, to give you the emotion that I feel, and that probably a bunch of people feel when you hear somebody say something about you. You're like, it's an instant triggering feeling. And like, you know, I'm not the hardest nigga in the world, far from it, but I'm still a human, and I'm still born and bred in this place where pride is like how you survive, damn near. You know what I mean? Like, you have to carry a sense of like defensiveness and pride just to like make it through the day, maybe unscathed. You know what I mean?
But
Or
even
make it
if
through the
you
week
carry that
unscathed.
in your person, like when you're in Fayetteville, as a fan, I feel like that's the first time I really heard you dial it up like that on a record. Like that
Right.
was one of my favorite songs because I was like, oh, okay,
I
Jermaine, this is
appreciate
like a
it.
different
Appreciate
side.
it.
You know, that energy is not something we've gotten from you
Appreciate it.
before.
But that's just me trying to give you a glimpse of like how I feel. Like that side does exist now. Like, and one at 29, it definitely existed more than it did now. But even at 29, I knew what I know now, which is like, yeah, I might feel like this, and my gut feeling might be like in the moment hearing that, it's like, man, I wish I could see that nigga right now and like let him say what he just told you in front of my face. Because one, he know he lying, he don't, you know what I mean, and two, he know he not like that. This is my gut initial instinct, right? And then there's a part that goes, it's not that serious. Let him. You know, let him. It's cool. Like, let him. Even if he's saying something about you that's untrue, like, let him. Even if he's saying something about you that's true, let him. You know what I mean? What? Like, there's a adult in the room that comes and says, like, yo, your initial instinct is not worth it. You know what I mean? Because your initial instinct could lead to a movie that you've seen so many times.
Right.
Okay. Oh shit. Did I play this? Okay, here we go. We get into some stuff. Okay, so I was thinking, as an artist, man, human being, I've been grounded and educated to extend my vocabulary, and this is from Primo, to not include the word NIGGA in every sentence. That's how you know a person has truly grown. Sometimes it depends. I guess it's a time and place for everything. So I can kind of see where you coming from with that. I think a better phrasing would probably be like vulgarity, just as a blanket statement, instead of just the word NIGGA, but like just the vulgarity part. Like if you feel like you need those words to be able to express how you feel, it does speak to a level of like primitive vocabulary. Like you don't have the proper syntax to, you know, express how you feel. But as far as what he's saying with the whole, it just gives me with what he said with what's the name of the song? Poor Thing, with the songs about Poor Thing. The third verse, it just puts me in this perspective of, and I think this is where I'm getting to this level of closure and just understanding, bruh, character. Fam is really a character. He's a character, and his stories are dramatized retellings of they are dramatic retellings of stories that are based on true events. So with that, I look at what he's saying from a guise of like a movie director or like a playwright or a showrunner, not necessarily a documentarian or someone who's making things that are more closely attached to matters of actual fact or truth. His goal isn't that. His goal isn't that. His goal is to find ways to elicit feeling. So I think going to J. Cole for actual Jermaine Cole authenticity to a point where it is uncomfortable for J. Cole to discuss because it is at that level of raw honesty. We will never get that. We have not got that so far. So we kind of should let it go. Like J. Cole gives us things that happen. We are able to resonate by feeling emotions related to things that he's expressed that are happening. Like when he discussed what his mom was going through, and not to speak not lightly on that at all, because those are very heavy, traumatic things. He is not necessarily discussing it through the lens of Jermaine Cole, the individual. He's almost like looking into a window, giving you an exterior observation of it. So it doesn't have that where rubber meets the road experience transform into real understandable perspective. It's just like, damn, I feel how I think he feels going through those things. So when you get a song like Poor Thing, he's just re-alchemizing a feeling he had before. The actual experience of it is not being expressed. He's trying to recreate the feeling of it, which also explains why on a song like Cole fought with Puff because he was sick of hearing Cole whine about the controllers. It's crazy. Per glasses. I've heard so many versions of that story. But I was just glad when the people that were actually involved with it actually got to start talking about it. But yeah, we're starting to see that a lot of those like TDE adjacent stories as they relate to J. Cole are not true. They are not true, bruh. They are not true. Yeah. Thought I used super glue. How that gun stick to my hand. I don't even tote no pistol, but that sounded so hard. Plus, I don't get by line once I learned these nigga fraud. Yeah, I'm finna burn these nigga dog. Yeah. I was listening to that song earlier today. It's just like, bro, like I think the thing, the disconnect between what he really be telling people, if they would actually listen, and what they want him to say for the betterment of their perception of him, he's really telling you, like, bro, I be lying. I'm not as deep as y'all think I am. I'm not as aligned as y'all think I am with any given practice. I'm just experiencing the world based on my own necessary level of my own level of comfortability. I'm not trying to go too deep into nothing. I just want to see the world and experience it as I view it. And that's cool. That's cool. That is cool. I'm not judging you per se. There will be a lot of things in life that you won't be able to conceptualize or really perceive accurately because you don't have reference points to evolve your perspective on these things. You feel what I'm saying? Like, in the interview, unintentionally, Nadeska was kind of like trying to pick up on Cole's level of exterior perspective. He was saying some shit at one point, and she was like, "Have you read the 4 agreements?" And he was like, "Nah, my homies be trying to put me on." Sounds familiar. On one of them songs on Off Season, he was talking about his homeboy was trying to get him, get him involved in some type of religious practice. And he's just like, "Nah, I just ain't really like getting into nothing." No Name said, "I got a book club you can get in." He was like, "Nah, like I don't really be reading for real." Like, my nigga, what do? You don't, like you said, you don't really go out for, like, you don't really experience the outside world. Like, on some like hyperbolic shit, I'm starting to think you are in a cult, my nigga. And of course, this is hyperbolic. This is hyperbole. I am putting a disclaimer on this portion. I'm starting to think this nigga is in a cult. Like, is this nigga low-key a Jehovah's Witness or something? And is he like secretly existing as Jermaine, like as J. Cole? And like when he, like him wearing these big ass clothes is like hiding his true identity, like Superman working at the Daily Planet or whatever. Like, is this nigga like, is this his disguise? Is this a disguise? Like, what is going on, bro? Like, when you like, I promise y'all, bro. Like, his lack of connectivity to so many things that could broaden his perspective is kind of alarming, bro. Like, you know what started my descent into starting to feel away about J. Cole? Like, for real, like, as like we're really just starting to see the cracks in what he presented or what he allowed to be believed as what he was presenting and who he actually was. Like, really, as a human. I was watching the off-season documentary before the off-season came out. And it was about like what he does, like spiritual, like for his spiritual practice. Like, what is he connected to? And he was like, shit, like, I ain't really connected to nothing. As far as I'm not learned on anything. I'm not learning enough in any given thing to be rooted in it. So I was like, okay, well, my nigga, what are you grounded? Like, what are you grounded by? Like I ain't saying you gotta be of the 3 major Abrahamic religions. Like, that ain't what I'm saying. Like, that don't mean you're a good or bad person. I'm just like, what are you grounded by? Like, in early, I think, like back when we was doing the podcast, like before Decipher, We Are Decipher, like really blew up. Like, we had me, DJ, my homeboy Kill, that produced on God Does Like Ugly. Shout out to my boy, Grammy nominated producer. And Cole from BYNK Media. We was having a discussion downstairs, and I was like, Drake isn't grounded in anything. And we had that conversation back and forth, and it's like, nah, bro, you tripping. I'm like, no, Drake really isn't grounded, and that's why his music isn't really relatable outside of a certain series of events. Like, that's why he's not able to give us anything that we feel on a visceral level. It's just like things that he makes that he hopes we enjoy, because he's not grounded in anything. So I'm listening to that and to the J. Cole documentary for Off Season. I was like, oh, okay, this okay, cool. And that struck me a little odd. And then as time has progressed, and then the No Name interaction came back up, and she tried to help him evolve his perspective. And he was like, nah, I ain't really trying to read. And then his homeboy was trying to put him on the Quran. He was like, nah, like, I ain't really getting into that either. And then just on a standard book reading type thing. Nah, I ain't really read no books either. It's like, where is your understanding of the world around you being curated? Like, there's a certain level that we all can kind of exist in and be okay, quote unquote. But in order to really evolve and understand yourself and understand the inner workings of the world around you, you have to expand your perspective. There is not enough of you to exist and understand enough of what you understand or what you need to understand to be effective with the people around you. It's not enough. Because when you think about it, your whole life, you're being given external information. It is your job to operate within a realm of discernment to see what is best for you, what isn't good for you, and to build on the things that are good for you and to get better at using discernment for the things that are not good for you. But if he is not enriching himself anyway, all of his perspectives will be shallow. All of his perspectives will be shallow. And that is the point we're at now. Somebody said, what they said, Cole is grounded by genuine love in his family. You don't really even understand the depths of real love until you expand your perspective on that. Like if I could get in J. Cole's vicinity, like me and my wife was talking about this shit earlier, like it's like 5 books that I would give him just to start the day. Just to start it. To start the day, the first day of the rest of his life of self-discovery. And these are basic books. They're not crazy. The Alchemist, like Nadeska asked him, The 4 Agreements, basic book. Basic shit. What's the name of that Bell Hooks book? If Black Hill in here, she gonna be like, yes. We talking about women authors. All About Love by Bell Hooks. All About Love by Bell Hooks. So Alchemist, 4 Agreements, All About Love by Bell Hooks. 5 years ago, I would have said The Way of the Superior Man, but probably not now. As a Man Thinketh, and probably just them 4 to get started. Probably just them 4 to get started. But yes, All About Love by Bell Hooks. It's really sad. It's paced weird, but it's a good ass book. It's a good book. It's a really good book about just love, period. And but yeah, so it's like the level of, from the position that he's operating in, it is a very, I saw somebody say earlier, a very confined way of living. Like things have to work a specific way for you to even feel comfortable, which goes back to earlier. I was feeling a little uneasy. I got to go back and go lay at my mama house. A cult. Keish. And I'm being hyperbolic. But a cult. A cult. A cult. A fucking cult. Hyperbolically speaking, of course. Because of course I'm putting 10 on 100 with the cult, but like the process of it, like you're being stripped of the ability to grow beyond this very small definitive set of rules and structures, culture, if you will. And oh yeah, I think Robert Greene is level 2. And then you get to level 5, you get to Power of Now and shit like that. And next thing you know, you're talking like Jalopy. You feel what I'm saying? So like, I just think bro is kind of like denying himself, like for the sake of being comfortable with his present self, he's denying himself the practice of becoming who he really wants to be. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's the part that's fucking me up the most, because it's like with them books for real, like that gets you to opening up to a place where you really understand yourself for real, and you're not so apprehensive to discuss those parts of yourself that make you feel uncomfortable, because you found a level of comfortability with yourself and understanding that those things are a part of what made you now. So you become one with them and you're not constantly fighting them. But let's continue. I'm really like on some like psycho analyzing type shit. I need to like get, yeah. Let me play this one right here. I just hope y'all feeling what I'm saying. That's all. Are y'all feeling what I'm saying? Like, am I like going somewhere that we shouldn't be, or that, you feel what I'm saying? Like, shout out to Twin Tech. Cole doesn't want to know who he is, Skip. He's afraid of who he really is deep down. Shout out to Black Hiller. She said he needs to read The Gift of Imperfection. I hate the concept of 48 Laws of Power. Yeah, that book is insane. But shit, I probably need to read The Gift of Imperfection, to be honest. Maybe that can challenge my Virgo mind, and give me some perspective on understanding that process. But I just want to make sure I ain't just up here like on my soapbox and we not being conducive, but I mean productive with the conversation. But yeah, man, I just think, yeah. But here we go. Here go the second part. This is, well, second or third part. This is when he's talking about the fall off, and then we're gonna start theory time.
Story for you in a sense that like you said, I had Mike Dilly later, and I had the fall off ready to go.
Yeah.
And the plan was dropping Mike Dilly later. That shit was Mike Dilly later was always dropping at the spot that it dropped. That was the date it was going to drop, right before Dreamville Fest. Of course, that song 7 Minutes Ago wasn't on it. It was the whole album minus that song. And then I had the fall off coming like 8 weeks later, mind you. So it was like,
Wow.
I had the fall off coming probably like 2 months after that, right? Here's the asterisk next to I had the fall off coming. I was finishing the album. I was on tour with Drake. And if you would have heard me talk about the fall off, probably for the 4 or 5 months prior to
hold on to Might Delete Later, 8 weeks, the fall off. Hold on to that.
Almost releasing the album, what you would have heard is me and E both. This is my man. You would have heard us talk about the fall off like this. Man, let's get this shit the fuck out and be done with this shit. Like, come on, bro. We have been working on it for 8 years at that point. So we were exhausted and the music was fire, but we were damn near over it. You know what I mean? Where it's like, yo, this shit is taking a long time. It's like, let's put this shit out. And I genuinely thought that I was like done. Like how I feel now, like hella inspired. Like I was not at that point. I was like exhausted. I had gave everything in my mind. You know what I mean? From the feature run to the off season, to Mike Delete Later, to everything that I had done.
Yo, can y'all I need y'all to tap in with me real quick. I got a theory. I got a theory. And it probably ain't even too much of a theory now. I just want y'all to answer a couple questions with me. What's the name of the track, disc 2, track 2? Don't nobody know? It ain't no J. Cole fans in here? What is the name of track 2, diss 2? I mean, diss 2, track 2. The fall off is inevitable. Shout out to Cade. Shout out to everybody coming back. Thank you. What is the name of the podcast series that J. Cole released in 2024 that ushered in releases to streaming, deluxe editions, and uncovering unreleased tracks and stories about J. Cole's career? What was the name of that? Does anybody see where I'm going yet? It was titled The Inevitable Series. Does anybody have any idea where I'm going yet? Not that. Not the self-fulfilling prophecies. Not that. Shout out to Naya. The podcast was the rollout, guys. The podcast was the fucking rollout. That was a part of the rollout. So let me take this down. Shout out to Naya though. That's a part of it. Yes. There's a pivotal part that you're missing. Twin Folk Tech. There's a pivotal part that you're missing. I did discuss this probably, I can't remember how long ago, on a previous stream. I did discuss this before. I didn't have the sequence of events though. I didn't have the full sequence of events. Okay. So 2024. Let's go late 2023. 2023. J. Cole knows he's nearing the end of his process preparing to fall off. The original version, the one disc version. He knows he's getting close to the end. So he needs a ripple effect. Now, this is conjecture. Because like I said, this is theory time. Theory time. He has the original version of the fall off that he discussed, like the 15 to 18 records, the loose interpreter version of disc 2.9. Not the second disc. We going by his words. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have that. So he needs a on-ramp to get him in position to release the fall off. Because of course his fans are going to be with it. But what event would help me propel myself, not only momentum-wise with my fan base, but also with the surrounding periphery of hip-hop consumers that'll make people start to look at me just a tad bit different and kind of put a bow on the feature run. A record with Drake. Slow down, Twin Folk Tech. We ain't got there yet. Slow down. We ain't got there yet. A feature with Drake. And not only a feature with Drake that is rap enough for me to beat the shit out of Drake in a non-competitive way that recontextualizes how people look at me going forward. Go back and listen to First Person Shooter. The song starts with J. Cole. And he's declaring that he's number one. He reintroduces the big three, which all of this is fine. I'm not telling you this that I have a problem with it. I'm just telling you a theory. He reintroduces the big three and then declares supremacy, which is fair game. And I think a lot of people think when we bring this up, we're saying that he shouldn't be able to do it. No. He got on that song and bodied Drake. Bad. to the point where people like me was like, damn, bro, like J. Cole really smoked the fuck out of Drake on this song. I see the discourse that's coming. So boom, that drops. Number one record, smokes Drake. Drake's aim isn't competing. So it's like the perfect opportunity for me to do what I got to do. Because you're competing for rap standing. Drake is competing to catch Michael Jackson. So he don't care about that. If Drake can make this a number one, ain't nobody going to look back and be like, damn, Drake got smoked by J. Cole, so that lessens Drake legacy. No, this can only help J. Cole if he does this the way he's supposed to. And then it helps Drake in a different way because he's chasing Michael. So people hear that. The rap discourse, Joe Budden, the like, even Royce the 5'9", J. Cole is the best rapper in the game actively, post first person shooter. So that's mountain number one. He's in a place of declaring himself as number one, and the people that are important are starting to believe it. Scary Owl's 3 drops. They have a song together called Evil Ways where Drake is actually rapping. He out-raps Drake again. And it's like, okay, nah, like even when Drake trying, he can't fuck with Cole. Kendrick isn't around. So J. Cole is the best. And his feature run to everybody is starting to, once you combine it with these current course of events, it's like, nah, this nigga really the best. They go on tour. This is even more momentum, just propelling J. Cole, putting him in front of this Drake crowd, just getting him, prepared for what's to come. And it's getting him media attention because he's standing next to Drake. And Drake is pseudo crowning J. Cole as one of the all-time greats, ahead of, in J. Cole's mind, the release of The Fall Off. Things start to slow down. No, things start to continue to move at that pace because they're still on tour. March comes. Future drops Like That. World stops. Number one record, 3 weeks in a row, leads to a number one album. And now it is apparent that Kendrick is back outside and he feels a way about the things that have taken place as it relates to this big 3 conversation, Drake and J. Cole appearing to be buddy. Also, acute acts of aggression on first-person shooter. The Spider-Man meme is me looking at Drake. The Demon Deacons, we got you attending your wake. Everybody steppers, everybody breakfast. I'm about to clean out my plate. Big 3, like we started a league. Right now, I feel like I'm Muhammad Ali. These are all acts of aggression, competitive aggression. Not like, so if J. Cole has any inkling of what's going on, like behind the scenes with Drake and Kendrick, there's no way he does not understand that this is going to be perceived as an act of aggression. Because not only are y'all boxing me out on this rap shit with the whole Spider-Man memes, like it's only us two. We playing chess. We got this whole setup is just us two operating at the top. And then me and Drake got our own shit going on. The record itself is fine. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it. It does create an energy, but there's nothing wrong with them creating and completing the record. There's nothing wrong with that. Right? So like that drops, Kendrick offers a response, and there's nothing wrong with that. We are still operating under creative competition. Fuck the big 3. It's just big me, bigger bum, and all of the other things. Talking out their neck, he addresses both of them, then more so leans into calling Drake out. J. Cole is teasing the fall off in the Might Delete Later documentary. We need another moment. On top of Might Delete Later, he goes back in the studio, writes, raps, records, mix, masters, adds to the Might Delete Later album at the top. Final song, 7-minute drill. Markets it to the world after the release. Oh, this was wrote in 7 minutes. It was just him. Da 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 da. This is like, imagine what he could have did if it would have took longer. Blah blah blah. Like this coming from their camp. I think Eve did a little, like posted something just talking about, oh, this was just something he wrote in 7 minutes. Like just like this is how he operates. You know, it was a drill for him to da 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 da. 7-minute drill drops. The world pauses, observes the song, offers their commentary, and it gets quiet. But in the song, which adds a lot of credence to things that I've been saying, and I'm going to continue to say, it just connects threads to a lot of previous songs. When he was talking about an indescript individual, it became clear at that moment that a bunch of those songs had similar connective threads or similar plot points to 7-minute drill. So there is a reason to assume, if you're listening actively, and I say reason to assume because we don't know, there's reason to assume that he's been addressing Kendrick for some time now, particularly the better part of 2023. He has been addressing him on wax, covertly. So, 7-minute drill drops. Everybody's excited because it's like, oh shit, we really finna get some smoke from the three people at the top. We really finna get some real deal smoke. Some people was like, this Drake versus Kendrick. It's 10 years in the making. We need that. They need to go and get this grudge match out the way. It's a battle for rap supremacy, yada, yada, yada. You know, whatever. We've been watching it build for a long time. On the other hand, some purists like myself, I also wanted the Drake shit, but I was also like, damn, bro, like, imagine what a real contest at this point in time would be like between J. Cole and Kendrick Lamar. I mean, yeah, J. Cole and Kendrick Lamar. The word is J. Cole is the best rapper actively. He's in the best condition that he's ever been in as a rap artist by his words. And this would make up for him getting his ass beat in front of the world on Black Friday. What does J. Cole decide to do with Might Delete Later? He offers those series of connected threads, but also the most important thing of the entire song, he says, this is a warning shot to back niggas down. This is a warning shot to back niggas down. His entire goal with 7-minute drill was to throw that out, think it was going to disrupt the motion of like that, change the narrative. And since it was a warning shot, if Kendrick does not respond, Kendrick is shook. The momentum he's been working towards with this Drake collaboration and this Drake tour gets back, becomes the focus again. And now we can walk our way into the fall off with the most momentum from mainstream rap discourse that we've ever had. And I did not have to actually go to war. So the Inevitable series and I'm jumping the gun. Well, let me play this part right quick. I just want to play this one little part. Just one little part. Let me see if I can get to YouTube. Let me see if I can get to YouTube. Hold on, y'all. I just want to play this one part. It's probably gonna be 30 seconds. Cause this part is the part I was talking about. Okay, real quick.
He heard me and the world heard me. You know what I mean? It's like, yo, if I never say another word on this again, like y'all see where I stand.
Okay, and if for the people who haven't seen it, this is him addressing the apology to Kendrick Lamar on stage at Dreamville Fest.
And it's like, yo, I made in my mind, I made a wrong or right in the best way that I could. Yo, you did wrong. You were in the wrong. I put myself in the wrong. Now, mind you, in my mind, I had like justifications and how I thought it would go and boom, boom, boom. But in reality, when it actually played out, I was like, oh God, that was fucking stupid. And now how do you make a wrong or right? And it just came to me like an hour before.
I gotta give you props for that. You're a brave person. It's like you said, yo, hip hop is, I love this culture, but it is scary. You know what I mean? The way people will come for you, like personally attack you for things. And the things people said after that were you really just hanging out at a beach minding your business after this?
No. But it was funny because I was actually at a beach just for like a couple days. I went to this little beach spot. And so, but mind you, I didn't know that the I guess a meme or whatever was going around saying that. So people showing me like, bro, this is crazy. Like, you're actually at a beach, but it wasn't. But mind you, to let you know though, because it kind of goes with what we were saying earlier, but I didn't finish my thought. Where it's like, I did what I did, and I felt.
Hold on, I think that's it.
I guess a meme or whatever was going around saying that. So people showing me like, bro, this is crazy. Like, you're actually at a beach, but it wasn't. But mind you, to let you know though, because it kind of goes with what we were saying earlier, but I didn't finish my thought. Where it's like, I did what I did, and I felt light, free, like I had did the right thing for me. You know what I mean? I had made a wrong right. However, like, you know, the world, they don't give a fuck about that. And they fucking me up, like in terms of like, you know, they fucking me up basically, like my name, reputation, boom, boom. And so that was, although like, you know, the lightness that I felt made it easier to deal with. Over time, I don't know how long that shit lasted. It felt like a very long time, but it was like over time, I had to process that shit, and I had to get right because, you know, of course, at the time it felt like the right move, and it always felt like the right move. But there were times where the thoughts of like, damn, nigga, you're fucking done right now. You know what I mean? Like that's what the world is saying. It's over. You know what I mean? Like that shit. Not that it like it wasn't dominant, but it was.
Yo, hip hop is.
Hold on, twin. I'm trying to find the part where he said it was like a small little portion. It's in here somewhere.
Love this culture, but it is scary. Later, especially now, a couple years removed, people are still excited for the fall off. It's like shocking that even happened, the place where we're at now. But I'm amazed that you felt so good after doing that.
Man, I felt.
You looked around and you're like, I don't care how upset y'all are.
Fuck, I was so light and like and because I knew at the end of the day, he heard me. And the world heard me. You know what I mean? It's like, yo, if I never say another word on this again, like y'all see where I stand. And it's like, yo, I made in my mind, I made a wrong or right in the best way that I could. Yo, you did wrong. You were in the wrong. I put myself in the wrong. Now, mind you, in my mind, I had like justifications and how I thought it would go.
There we go. Hold on, y'all. We got action. I thought it was after 48 minutes. It was right into 48 minutes. Hold on. Pay attention. Y'all. Pay fucking attention.
In the best way that I could. yo, you did wrong. You were in the wrong. I put myself in the wrong. Now, mind you, in my mind, I had like justifications and how I thought it would go. And boom, in my mind, I had, yo, you did wrong. You were in the wrong. I put myself in the wrong. Now, mind you, in my mind, I had like justifications and how I thought it would go and boom, boom, boom. Mind, I had like justifications and how I thought it would go and boom, boom, boom. Mind, I had like justifications and how I thought it would go and boom, boom, boom. But in reality, and how I thought it would go and boom, boom, boom. But in reality, when it actually played out, I was like, oh God, that was fucking stupid.
What I told y'all earlier, when y'all may have perceived me as rambling. Reactionary. Reactionary. When you're not moving in resolute, like in a resolute fashion, you become reactionary. But this was the course of, like, this is what he wanted to do. But when he realized that it was going to create a point of conflict with the three characters that he has in his mind, he had a decision to make. He had a decision to make. He had a decision to make. Because what exactly do you mean when you say you had visions? Because we're talking about Port Antonio. We're talking about Port Antonio right here. No, we're talking about 7-minute drill right here. We're talking about 7-minute drill. My bad. 40-inch slip. We're talking about 7-minute drill. He had visions of how he thought this would go. One thing that we cannot say about J. Cole, marketing wise, they're always prepared. Every rollout is meticulous. It's well executed. It balances minimalism and effort management with brand recognition. That happens all the time. Like, that happens every rollout since Forest Hills Drive. He has presented his brand perfectly every single time. So for 7-minute drill, based off what he just said, not to have become a part of the ultimate rollout plan, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. Especially knowing the fall off was meant to drop 8 weeks after Might Delete Later. That the goal, build momentum, smoke Drake, change public discourse. I'm no longer third. Kendrick ain't even existing for real right now. I'm no longer in third. I might be able to jump from third to first by smoking Drake. I get a number one. I go on tour with Drake. We operating on 2 different wavelengths. So me moving forward does not matter to Drake. Beef happens. Me and Drake got our own agendas. Got our own agendas. I drop first because I have to service my own agenda, which was not going into battle with Kendrick. He never intended to battle Kendrick. Never. He never intended to battle Kendrick. So I do believe him from the aspect of, nah, man, I ain't really want to go head up with nobody I fucked with. That's why he made sure to put that disclaimer in 7-Minute Drill. This is a warning shot to back niggas down. His goal was to drop that, transform or re-alchemize the energy going into that back onto him, lean off the success of Might Delete Later, Inevitable Podcast, do the same things that he did under the normal system with the way that it was going, and then drop the fucking fall off, man. The fucking tagline for the fall off is inevitable. All of this shit was meticulously planned, bruh. The only thing he didn't plan is for a 7-Minute Drill not to be received the way he intended to. He thought that shit was going to be perceived differently. He didn't think that that was going to be the beginning of something. He thought that shit was going to be the end of something. It was going to be the progression of J. Cole's momentum into releasing the fall off. If he said it himself, 2024 doesn't happen that way, he don't drop, the fall off comes out 8 weeks later. And that is why he referenced the fucking battle in his press material. I hate that niggas keep trying to tell me like, bruh, like you missing the point. J. Cole keeps bringing the shit back up, bruh. He keep bringing it up. Y'all saying that other people is dragging it for talking about the battle. This nigga got a battle forgiveness record on the fucking fall off. Like y'all keep saying this shit. This nigga's addressing the battle all through fucking Birthday Blizzard. He dropped a completely separate track months later called Port Antonio. Like y'all gotta stop saying that shit like people is just drudging this shit up out of nowhere, bro. If you follow the sequence of events, J. Cole keep bringing this shit up. He keep bringing this shit up. I've already listened to it, bro. Whoever cleanest of them all, whoever you are, I've already listened to it. I'm not taking it out of context, my nigga. Or my non-nigga. Whatever you are. Or my non-nigget or nigget. I've already listened to it. This is just another piece in the ever-evolving story of the character known as J. Cole, bro. That's it. I ain't even saying he a bad nigga. I'm just saying he's in conflict with who he is and who he wants to be and who he has to be. It's 3 different people. It's 3 different masters he got to serve simultaneously. I'm focused on, bro. Man, hey, get him up out of here, bro. Get him up out of here. Get him up out of here. It wasn't planned. It wasn't planned. He had a plan for it. It wasn't initially planned because Kendrick didn't respond with Like That yet. But once Like That happened, 7-Minute Drill had to follow it. And he had a way that he thought it was going to go. I'm telling y'all what the nigga saying. He had 3 masters he was serving and it's still serving. And that's why he can't stay consistent to one thought process. Because it's 3 up there. And that don't make him a bad person. That makes him confused. I ain't like this time after the apology, I called J. Cole out his name. I apologize for that, course corrected, and stopped doing that because I don't know him enough to call him out of his name. But I can say that this nigga is confused. This nigga is confused, bro. I don't even know if he a master manipulator no more. I genuinely think this nigga is confused. I think he's caught between a rock and a hard place. He can't be 100% of either one of those people. So he's operating from a place of trying to give 33% to all of those places simultaneously. And that's what a conflict comes from. Because if what I'm saying is wrong, you don't apologize and then drop Port Antonio. if he was operating on a consistent linear frame of mind, you don't apologize and then drop Port Antonio. It completely contradicts what you just did. Completely contradicts it. And then you wouldn't later come back and say, I made an entire another half of this album based off 2024, put a beef track on there, digging up two dead niggas, trying to recontextualize what me and, in my mind, what me, Kendrick, and Drake went through, but really me and Kendrick, and use that as fuel to further push the narrative that you had in Port Antonio. Like I'm saying, bro, like I've got to the point where I'm no longer judging him. I am observing his series of behaviors, bro. I don't think J. Cole a good person or a bad person. I am not of the ability to judge him. However, that nigga is confused. Because like I said earlier, because I don't know when you start watching this, but I said, bro probably is living in his mind a healthy lifestyle from the aspect of, I don't bring J. Cole home. That's probably the best thing for him. Because all in all, that may be a healthy way to it may be healthier for him in his mind to compartmentalize that shit. Hold on, what you said? But he did admit that he wasn't in the right path mentally when the battle happened. So where was he mentality-wise when he dropped Port Antonio? Like, that's the thing. Like if he only apologized and then dropped the fall off, a lot of this shit lands differently. Port Antonio fucks up a lot of this shit. It fucks up a lot of this shit, bro. Like, I think I swear to God, bro, it feels like y'all niggas are like the people who are speaking in contrary to what I'm presenting. It's like y'all ignoring the fact that he released Port Antonio. Y'all like ignoring what he said in the second and third verses of Port Antonio. Like, what the fuck? Like, bro, I'm telling y'all, I'm not saying that he a bad dude, bro. I'm just saying the nigga's confused because he has to operate in three distinct different characters. Like, that's it. That's it. I'm not saying he's he's not schizophrenic. I'm saying that the J. Cole brand, Jermaine Cole as a human, and J. Cole the rapper have points in their existence where they're at opposition with each other because they have three distinctly different goals. They have three distinctly different goals. So when they're acting in conflict with each other, we see contradiction. That's what I'm saying. We see contradiction when they start to exist simultaneously. That's it, bro. That's all I'm saying, bro. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not saying that Cole is like a blanket contradiction. We all have contradictory parts about ourselves. That's not what I'm saying. Because somebody will be like, well, we're all contradictory. Nigga, dub. That's not what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm saying that he has distinct sides of himself for the betterment of his life, his rap career, and his business, that he has to feed all of them. That's what I'm saying. The contradiction comes when he can't walk fully in one of those spaces. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like I just said, I'm not saying this nigga a bad person. The nigga's anxious because he has to exist in all of these spaces simultaneously. I could see that shit being very difficult, bro. That shit is probably very difficult. Very, very fucking difficult. Like having to be like different components like at the same time. You feel what I'm saying? But like when you go through the things that J. Cole is saying, not no fanfare, no theories about no shit, None of that. None of that. Just completely going off the shit that J. Cole is saying, J. Cole has rapped, or J. Cole has written and released to the public. You see that it's three different paths. And when they intersect, it creates contradiction. That's it. That's it. That's it. And that's why when he get to talking, and sometimes he get to over speaking, it's because he's trying to preemptively course correct. He don't want to say the wrong shit because he's thinking about, oh, that might conflict with some shit I already said. That's all. That's the fuck all, bro. And when he said, and like I said earlier, like, bro, I'm not even looking at, like, with me saying that there's a separation basically between church and state with J. Cole. They both have their own functions, but when they meet, it's Christian nationalism. Church and state operate independently, or are supposed to, but when they come together, it's Christian nationalism. Or it's the state of, it's that state over there. When you combine church and state and you use church to justify heinous acts of the state, you become a terrorist. Like, you see what I'm saying, bro? Like, and not directly calling J. Cole a terrorist, but the point that I'm making is the level of conflict that emerges when you put two opposing ends together can be very, you feel me? It can be dangerous. It can be dangerous. Let that nigga to diss his homeboy, that a person that he calls his homeboy, and take shots that can be perceived as being on the backs of previous shots. So yes, now you at a point where you got to jeopardize how people view you so you can be to be risk averse of what it could possibly lead to. I would rather y'all contextualize my apology than look up at me 6 weeks later, 2 months later, and it's like, damn, that ain't the Cole I thought he was. I don't even necessarily think bro was like, of course, he didn't want to lose to Kendrick. Of course. Don't nobody want to lose on a stage like that. But I think more importantly, he didn't want how people looked at him to change. You really think it's not him trying to watch his words because he knows the internet discourse could interpret what he says? That happens all the time. But what he just said, though, aligns with a lot of other shit he been saying. Because what could you possibly mean referring to 7-minute drill that you had an idea of how that would go in your mind? I need you, whoever has any dissent to what I'm saying, answer that specific question. What could he have possibly meant by I had an idea of how it would go in my mind, or visions of how it would go in my mind, referring to 7-minute drill? And it's no good answer to that. It's no good answer to that, bro. It's no good answer to that. Like, I don't even want to talk about his wife crying, bro. Like, I look at that, it's like the type of shit that you say when you like late to work and you know, like, you probably got like 2 points on your record already, and that third point might get you fired. So you gotta like lay it on a little thick. You feel what I'm saying? Maybe embellish a little so that third point don't get put on your record and you lose your fucking job. Sometimes, you know what I'm saying, you put 10 on 100. because that extra level creates an emotional connection to the situation. So as a outside viewer, you look at it a bit differently. I don't even know if he lying. I'm not saying he lying, but I'm saying that shit make you look at it a little different. It's like, damn, bro, his wife was crying though. His wife was crying. Damn. As opposed to, why the fuck was she crying? And what the fuck about a rap beef got her crying like that? Just like y'all want to see blood. Duh, nigga, that's a blood sport. Nigga, what the fuck you talking about? You step foot in a rap beef. I mean, a rap battle. Nigga, if you talking about you of the lineage of like Jadakiss and all of these niggas who really got active in rap battles and shit before, duh, nigga, what the fuck is you talking about? You stepped in a fucking blood sport and you talking about, oh, y'all wanted to see blood? Duh, nigga. That's like walking in a boxing ring with 10-ounce gloves on, no headgear, no fucking crotch protective gear out exterior wise in front of 20,000 people and be like, oh shit, y'all want to see somebody get knocked out? Duh, nigga. Duh. What the fuck do you mean? That is par for the course that you just stepped on. You got a golf club in your hand and a fucking assortment of other golf clubs in this bag that your caddy carrying, a fucking crate of golf balls, and you talking about, oh shit, y'all want a nigga to golf? Duh, nigga. What the fuck do you mean? Come on, champ. Like, bro, like think about like what he telling y'all. Think about what he telling y'all. Think about what, I don't even want to play it no more, bro. Like the point I was here to make has already been proven. I don't need to go beyond nothing. It gave me resolution. I'm not looking at him no more. As far as I don't look at J. Cole no negative way. I promise y'all I don't. Like this gate, like this, like allowed me, like I can listen to my version of the fall off that I made and be like, this is what I would have wanted. It's probably not a classic, but given the shit that I have, I can listen to it and be like, all right, I can run this all year. Like in my space and time where I got time to listen to a Cole project, I can run that. However, that don't mean shit in connection to this other stuff, bruh. Like, it's cool. Like, J. Cole is a character. That's fine. J. Cole is a character. It's a protective layer for Jermaine, the real person, and that's probably best for him. So he can't give us the real version of him because he probably, for whatever reason, feels like it's best for him not to do that. It's probably just the best for him, probably mental health and spiritually, not to go through that. And that's fine. But there is a level of art he won't ever be able to reach without having those layers be expressed. And there won't be a layer of realness within himself that he can express, and calmness that comes from that he won't be able to express because he's not truly looking at himself in that way. Wale got a song on Everything Is a Lot called Mirror in a Benz. And he talking to himself like on some mirror on the wall shit. Basically saying, like, just having a real conversation with himself. Like, you got to go through so much to be able to like have that type of shit going on. Like, I think on the album, like the nigga telling himself to smile and just a whole bunch of other shit. Like, he's really like having ugly conversations with himself. And like I say, like, since I've reached a level of understanding with who and what J. Cole is as an artist and a brand, he ain't trying to go there. He not trying to go there. His humility and integrity, his humility and realistic, real human driven authenticity has a limit. And that will affect that will put a cap on where he can go musically. Because after a while, if you put a cap on what you can say, you can only express yourself within the room that leads up to the cap. And that turns into, okay, since I can't say what some of the people need me to say, I'm going to say what the rest of these people may want me to say, or want it to, or I can create the feeling that they want me to elicit. And that's why you have a song like 3-9 intro that goes the beautiful first half of Magnets before it gets to the weird. Everything before that was good. It's like, okay, I see this. I like this ethereal, trippy. Like, this is how you start a fucking album. And then he like, okay, we need something else. Just throw some gunshots on there and just start rapping. What? What is the connection to the first part of the song? Why the fuck? Why are you on this bitch rapping about nothing? Nigga talking about the tongue can say the wittiest words or put the hickey on the prettiest chick. What are you talking about? And then 4 songs later, you talking about how much you love your wife and you doing life. What are you talking about, nigga? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, bro? And that's what I mean, like that lack of cohesion. What the fuck are you talking? Like, my nigga, why? The gunshots piss me off because it's a poor transition. Like, I'm looking at this shit from a musical lens. Like, there's so many different ways that you can progress from one element that is a stark difference from the next element you're trying to go into. You feel what I'm saying? Like, perfect example, Blue Lips. Like, if you sit down, like if you got the CD or you put it on streaming service and you just press play, you put that phone down and you walk away and go do something, you won't know when the next song starts until the album is over. You won't know, because the way that it's sequenced and the way that the songs bleed into each other, that is beautiful transitioning from one song to the next. You go listen to the A$AP Rocky album, Don't Be Dumb. Beautiful transitions from one song to the next. Like Cole said, y'all don't, bro, duality is beautiful. You just gotta blend that shit together sometime. It's just like, bro, like, it's like, why the fuck, like it's so jarring, but not like in a good way. It's just like that nigga, it's just like he's like, oh, how we glue these songs together? Oh, just and just start rapping, nigga. We'll put the rapping part, we'll just glue that shit together. Cause if you listen to the interview when he was talking about it, like Buddy said, just listen to the interview, just listen to the whole thing. I did. And he was talking about those are 2 completely different songs made at 2 completely different times. He just glued them bitches together with some gunshots. He just glued them together with gunshots. That's low effort, bro. That's low effort. And being the fact that he's a producer and that he's sitting in that fucking studio with all of them fucking producers, they couldn't blend them songs together no better way than a gunshot transition. Really? And then on the first intro, he does it again. On the 2-9 intro, it's a gunshot transition. Bro, that shit is lazy, bro. It's lazy. And that was my issue with J. Cole. Forest Hills Drive Forward. In one way or another, it was either lazy or incohesive. That was my issue. It was either lazy or incohesive. I never had a personal issue with J. Cole. It was always about the music. I didn't start even seeing, like, really giving a fuck about looking into who he was as a person until he started to show me, and it didn't jive with what he was saying in his raps. And that was around off-season documentary time. I don't, man. But yeah. But yeah, I think I promised y'all. That's it. We was gonna react to the Mike Will album. I listened to the J. Cole song. It happened. He said what he said. I ain't even gonna talk about it. But I was just like, I don't even want to react to that. Cause if I do feel how I felt about the fall off, I don't even want to go through that shit again. So I think it's just best, you feel what I'm saying? Like, since I understand who he is, or what he is rather, like as a rapper, he's more so a representation of elements that he appreciates within hip hop, more so than an authentic blood in, blood out representation of himself in hip hop. So yeah, we still gonna do the Untitled Unmastered. We just gotta find some time to link up. My son started baseball practice, so Mondays, Wednesdays, and possibly Fridays is like cooked. So we gonna do it. We might have to get DJ. I don't know. I don't know. They might have to get a bed in this hole, and we just like lock in for a weekend and do like 15 reactions, high off energy drinks or some shit. But yeah, man, I just think I've realized, and I've come to a level of understanding that J. Cole is a character amongst other characters. And I think the thing is, we were led to believe that J. Cole was more authentic than, or he was authentic in a way that spoke to a symbiotic relationship between who he is as a real person and what he raps about, or who he is in his raps. I'll say that. And it's not a severe departure, but it's a safe departure. And that departure stops him from getting the level of realness and transparency that I would need from an artist of his ilk. Imagine if Jay-Z was hyper selective with what parts of us he showed us. Imagine if Nas did that. Imagine if Pac did that. Imagine if Mos Def early on did that. Imagine if some of the artists that touched your heart in ways that make them iconic rappers and just artists in general. Shout out to Stilo with the big dog via PayPal. Thank you, Stilo. I see that. Imagine if DMX did it. Imagine if DMX didn't give you I'm slipping, I'm falling. You feel what I'm saying? Imagine if Pac didn't give you basically the whole fucking Me Against the World album. You feel what I'm saying? Like, imagine if Mr. Morale didn't exist, Chromacopia didn't exist, fucking Please Don't Cry from Rhapsody didn't exist. Just a whole bunch of just personal ass albums that make you feel like that really give you that level of connectivity to the art and the artist. Imagine if Jid didn't drop The Forever Story. Like, we get behind artists when they give us things that we can see ourselves in, but not only that, but we can see more of them in. Yeah, not even, I would say damn more than To Pimp a Butterfly as far as like a personal, like I'm really giving you feel what I'm saying? Like, damn was like him really like in the midst of a spiritual battle. You feel what I'm saying? Like everything is a lot for Lauren too. Fucking the album about nothing. Like, bruh, like if Drake and his group didn't collaborate and make Nothing Was the Same. You feel what I'm saying? Like Casino, like, bro, it's just if you ignore those parts, look at Let God Sort Them Out without Birds Don't Sing. Starline, Starline it does have some deep personal threads on there. Yeah. But what I'm saying is more so like those albums that like the album is personal. Like the album is a personal like that album is me. Not an album I made, but this album is me. You feel what I'm saying? And the closest we got for that from J. Cole is Forest Hills Drive. And it's just missing that extra layer. Like, so when I heard, Care For Me by Saba, facts. Yes, facts. When I heard Play the Collard Greens, I was like, oh shit, we finna get it. You finna get it. And it's a reaction to that. So like all the J. Cole fans that's like, oh nigga, you just hate J. Cole. Go watch our 9 fall off J. Cole reactions. Starline is by Chance the Rapper. Go watch our 9 fall off J. Cole reactions. My nigga, we said the title for Play the Collard Greens is J. Cole the feature king, I think. And then at the end, I said this might be J. Cole's best verse of all time. It's like, bro, don't nobody hate that nigga, bro. And I hate that niggas keep like, bro, don't nobody, well, I would say I don't, and DJ doesn't either. We don't hate him. It take way too much energy to hate somebody, let alone somebody you don't fucking know. But yeah, go watch our reaction to fucking Play the Collard Greens. Go listen to our reaction to the record he did with Tim's. Go watch my reaction to the shit he did with A$AP Rocky. Go watch our reaction to Might Delete Later, and we talked about how that aged a little bit over time. Like, bro, like, get the fuck out of here, bro. Don't nobody hate that nigga. Ain't like nobody is celebrating the fact that album wasn't good. I'm mourning the fact that the artist I thought was going to be the one wasn't the one. Like, it was Drake in order of introduction. It was Drake, Cole, then Kendrick. I had been listening to J. Cole for almost 3 years before I even started listening to Dot. I heard Section 80 around the time Born Center came, not Born Center, around the time Sideline Story came out. So yeah, I'm just doubling down on it. Nobody hates J. Cole. I just wanted to say that again. Nobody hates him. I understand now where he fits in the grand scheme of things. And some people's like, bro, a lot of people lie. And we understand that they're fucking liars. Like, I don't look at Rick Ross as some fucking authentic rapper. I look at that nigga like a storyteller. I look at Rick Ross the same way I look at Martin Scorsese. Or black writer, like Spike Lee. I look at him that way. I look at him like I look at Spike Lee. Or Robert Townsend or the Wayans. Like I look at Rick Ross like that. I know there's not that much there's not that much realness in what he's saying. So I'm truly looking at the shit from the perspective of somebody creating art that is based on the ever evolving imagination of a character. But when the aura around J. Cole is, he doesn't exist in that space that them niggas exist in. He's actually real. He's actually authentic. He's actually all of these things. And then when you listen to him, and then they tell you listening too hard, but then they tell you to listen more because you're not picking up on everything and it's going over your head. It's like, how hard am I supposed to fucking listen? Is Cole on my wall? Not anymore. Forest Hills Drive was on my wall for a while. It's two walls. This is the like wall before like 05, and then like everything like 08 forward is on this other wall. But yeah, Forest Hills Drive was up there for a while because I didn't have anything to replace it, because I wanted to be respectful to the impact of that album and not just throw anything up there. And I was going to replace it with the Fall Off. It was going to fit right into the color scheme and everything. And it didn't work. It didn't end up working. So here we are. I think maybe if I came across like the warm-up vinyl, I might put that up there or some shit like that. Yeah, probably the warm-up. People saying they hate Cole and then still watching videos on him is so toxic. You gotta think about it. People hate watch a lot of shit. Like, people hate LeBron and pay money to go talk to him. So I mean, I agree that it is toxic, but it's way more common than people think. Like, that's just a part of fandom. That's just a part of fandom. Like, niggas go, like, people go invest money to see other people lose all the time. Oh yeah, okay. Okay, real quick. I'm finna put my to the remaining Cole fans in here. To the remaining Cole fans in the building. Let me pin this real. I don't think I can pin it. To the remaining Cole fans in here. I have a limited edition, the Fall Off Stealth Edition version, vinyl, downstairs. Unopened, unscratched, damn near untouched, period. If you would like to purchase it, send me an email at the email address that I provided. It is wearedecipher without the ed at gmail.com. Serious inquiries only. So if you love J. Cole, if you love him and you love the Fall Off, I have a version of the vinyl that you cannot get anywhere else without spending $200. I'm probably still gonna charge you over $100, but it's gonna save you a couple dollars. And that way, if you feel like I'm a hater, you can say that you bought the album from somebody who didn't deserve it. Why am I selling it? Because I'm not gonna play it. I'm not gonna play it. I'm not gonna play it. I ain't even gonna hold you. It's too many songs. Like, you can't skip around on the vinyl. I'm not gonna be like, oh shit, I don't want to hear song 6, 7, and 8. So let me see. Let me put that in there again. Okay. I just pinned it. The version that I have, I made a playlist of the Fall Off featuring songs from Off Season and Might Delete Later. It's like 18 tracks. I'm going to listen to that. I'm going to listen to that. What's good, Judy? I'm going to listen to that. And that'll be, and then I can listen to it and be like, okay, maybe, because on its face, that collection of songs that I put together is better, much better, in my opinion, than what the Fall Off is as it's originally constructed. So with that, I can be at peace with my listening journey with that. The track list is as follows, and we finna get up out of here. The track list is as follows: 39 intro, I Love Her Again, The Villist, Amari, Sticks and Stones, Pie, 100 Mil, My Life, Safety, Poor Thing, Bunch Blues, 3001, Pride is the Devil, Let Go My Hand, Quick Stop, The Climb Back, Trade the Truth and Ibiza, The Fall Off is Inevitable, and Ocean Way. If that track list, you're gonna have a hard time even reconfiguring the Fall Off and only having Fall Off records and making a better album than that. And that should show you right there, ain't no fucking hater. That should show you right there, I'm not a fucking hater. And somebody heard it and they was like, damn, bro, that's like crazy, like how 39 intro transitions into I Love Her Again. Bro, it's too late, Moni. It's too late. The album already came out. I ain't gonna lie. Like, however it would have happened, if he would have like let me hear the Fall Off a little while ago and be like, hey, bro, make me a playlist of what you feel like the album should be. Because this what I will say, and I said this a while ago. He should have not released the Off Season and Might Delete Later. Those albums were songs that were prospective records to make the Fall Off. Don't drop those. You had the feature run and you had the Revenge of the Dreamers 3. You did not need to drop an album. Sit on all of that shit. Pause. Sit on all of those records for the Fall Off and then make the best version of the album. And let that be that. The version we got is not the real version. And the crazy shit about that is it would have been Forest Hills Drive 2. It would have been Forest Hills Drive 2. He said it was Dis 2-9 from a different perspective. It was Dis 2-9 to be observed a different way. It was Dis 2-9 in an abstract format. I would have still been just as mad. Because I'm like, nigga, we just waited. You said it took you 8 years to make this if you drop it in 2024, and it's Forest Hills Drive 2, my nigga? You just told me with that, you ain't even past that version of yourself. You thought when you was like, okay, I need to make the best shit I ever made, I'm gonna just try to recreate the shit that, like, come on, bro. Come on, bro. That shit would have been 2024 Forest Hills Drive. And if disc 2, a lot of that shit was made after the fact, some of the better songs, like the only songs that's good on this 2 are some really good fucking songs. 39 intro, it's good, but it's like weird. The Villist is actually a fire song. Ocean Way is a fire fucking song. I think them the only 3 songs I pulled from this 2. It ain't that many good songs on this 2. Oh, and Quick Stop. Yeah, it's just them. I Love Her Again was cool. That was a cool record too. But yeah. Yeah, I would have helped. I would have gladly helped. Because I'd have been like, bro, like I fuck with J. Cole. If I can lend an ear to help him put together the best album possible, man, I'd have been all in that motherfucking studio, man. All right, look, bro, like, come, Come holler at me, bro. Real quick, bro. Can you please put a transition on 3-9 intro, bro? Please. Not that gun shit. And like, do you really need that second rap part? Because you're not really talking about shit. Please, like, come on, bro. Like, what the fuck are you doing? And if I would have been ignored, I would have known that I could walk away and know that it's like, all right, bro, I wasn't scared to tell him what the fuck was up. And of course, the decision ultimately is his, but I would have stood on that. I would have stood on that. Because I know that my ear for music, like, I ain't saying it's the best, but like I said, put that version of the Fall Off up against any of y'all version or the original version, I bet it's better. Not just in track selection, but in sequencing, damn near transitions, thematic elements, intro and outro, all of that. I think it's better. I made a fucking damn near classic out of the For All the Dogs. Like, shit crazy. However, we got some super chats to read, and then we're gonna get out of here, man. I know it's late. I know it's like 2:00 Eastern. I know we got some people on the West Coast. Sometimes, we have some people from overseas. So I know there's a series of different time zones. So I'm gonna get through these super chats because I don't want to talk about Gilly. That nigga goofy. I don't even think it requires much discussion. He's the way stupider version of Michael Eric Dyson. Only looking at this shit from one side, he say, "Oh, we tearing a nigga down with lies and black people fault." But has Kendrick been investigated or arrested for beating on any woman, let alone the mother of his children? Has Dave came out and announced that he's one of them kids' daddy? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck, bro? Like, come on, dog. Like, if anything, the approach, but they don't want to piss Drake off. It should have, if you was gonna say something, it should be like, man, both of them niggas was lying, and I think that's goofy. And then you get exposed for lying on Wayne. And it's just like a whole bunch of niggas is like walking around in a minefield, scared to not step on mines and then stumbling and stepping on another one. You trying not to get blew up by this red when you step on a blue one and blow your fucking nose off. It's like these niggas is making themselves look so stupid. All you got to do is play it straight. Like, do I favor Kendrick over these niggas? Yes, but that's because of what Kendrick did. But if Kendrick do some goofy, lame ass shit, I'm on his head. If Kendrick would have sued Drake, I'm on his head. If Kendrick on stage kissing a 17-year-old girl after finding out she was 17 and doubling down on the shit and talking about how good her titties feel on his back, that is a child, my nigga. He's out of here. He's out of here. If Kendrick was popping shit, talking about some, man, I really rock with you, bro. Shut the fuck up. You sound like the last nigga I know. You do all of that. Big Sean diss him and he apologized. Kendrick, you went out whack as fuck. And then if he drop a song after that talking about, yeah, bro, but if I would have, I don't want to hear none of that shit. You didn't when it was time to. It's over. If you in the explanation phase, it's already over. I don't want to hear what you would have did if you would have fought. You ain't fight. So if you're not going to go fight, don't talk to me about fighting. It's over. Because there's nothing that you can say that's going to make me forget what actually happened when it was time to act. So if Dot did some of that shit, I'm on his ass too. I'm on his ass too. And the thing about Kendrick is he put this shit in the music. So it's like, okay, Kendrick cheated. Duh, nigga. And we can hold him accountable for being dishonest and disloyal And also understand that that is his personal business, and he made amends for that. He made amends for that. He did whatever he needed to do to repair his relationship, so much so he said, fuck rap and all of that. I'm finna go do this. So much so that niggas is nitpicking like, oh, he did something with Cardi. If you feel a way about that, you are well within your rights to feel a way about that. Did you see the Cyrus Blue? I don't know who that is, twin. I ain't even gonna hold you. I'm sure y'all talked about it. So I need to catch the replay, but I just have to say Cole putting his wife in it was egregious. You never talked about that lady, but told her where she cried. I try not to bring her up, because I don't want to use her as a plot device. So I'm gonna let the women and grown folks discuss it from that perspective. The only thing I did was phrased it as like sometimes you put extra seasoning or tell extra details that may even be true to like get out of shit. So I ain't saying he lying, but I'm definitely saying he added that to like soften up how niggas perceive shit. Okay, let me get to these super chats. Let me find them. Okay, I think we right here. Shout out to T-Mac. Okay, I think I read this, but I'll read it again. What's up, Skip and DJ? Folk been cutting up in your absence, Skip. Glad you're feeling better. Curious about your thoughts on J. Cole's interview with Indeska. Yeah. Yeah. Shout out to T-Mac with the $20 super chat. Thank you. Shout out to Janelli 1810 with the $20 super chat. LaRussell threw shots and ran. He can hide for a little bit, but them tweets and videos is forever. Yeah, they're not gonna go away because as long as people got the screenshots, shit, Google damn near feel like it's eternal now. I just couldn't find them when I wanted to look at them, and other people putting up articles like I was able to find it on Hot New Hip Hop. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. I'm not saying that his career is over, but that's a stain now. Shout out to Screaming Self, $20 super chat. If this was Full Metal Jacket, LaRussell would be Private Pile. I ain't gonna lie, I'm missing that as far as the reference, but hopefully y'all got it in that hit home for y'all because I don't know. I don't know. I'm sorry. Shout out to Reggie 286, $2 super chat. LaRussell is on his one fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish, knick-knack, paddywhack, give a dog a bone type shit. Yeah, just surface level deep shit. And I saw somebody say, and it wasn't a super chat. They was like, the funny thing about J. Cole is the woke girlies would have told y'all years ago about him. It's like, damn. Yeah. And I think a lot of people be like, bro, why do y'all feel a way about him being human? It's not the fact that he's human. It's the fact that he's like living, like he's not living in his full oneness as a human. Like that's the thing. And if it's holding him back in a few different areas of his life and we can see it, that's all. Shout out to D2B2 with the $10 super chat. LaRussell seems like a complete lame. I only heard a couple of his little verses and I'm good on him. I'm going to throw him in with everyone else that I consider to be cheeks. I ain't gonna lie, I don't like his songs, but sometimes his verses do be good, like when he performed them on stage. Like when he be like rapping, like maybe with like minimalist keys or like something like that, like a bass guitar or some shit. And it's just him and the words. Sometimes he do be having some like impactful verses, but I don't too tough like his music. And that was before this goofy shit. He does have some cool shit. It's one song that he got with fuck what's shawty name? Storm the Barge when she's dancing in the video. That's a good song. I did like that. Shout out to Pete Crawley, $2 super chat. What D2B2 said, 100 emoji. Shout out to SEN Rocks. LaRussell is the definition of fake woke. Y'all on his ass. Shout out to Order Import, $10 super chat. You can't win. I'm a fighter. That shit is crazy. D2B2. I don't know if you watch Dante's Boxing Network, but just watch one of his videos. Watch the intro, and this "You Can't Win" shit'll be even funnier. Shout out to Order Import with the $10 super chat. D2B2, $10 super chat. Schoolboy Q appeared in a blinding light telling the 40-year-old man, J. Cole, to apologize to his best friend, Kendrick, or face damnation. Damn, so he should have made a song called Damnation and flipped it off the reincarnated beat. That's what you're saying? Since he was doing homages on the whole backside of the Fall Off. Shout out to Maddie Warhol, $5 super chat. Jack Harlow, you mean the far right side. And Brian McWhite, I ain't gonna lie, the far right side is fire. That is a fire flip on this weird space that Jack Harlow is finding himself in. And Brian McWhite is crazy too. Brian McWhite is crazy too. Something about Brian McKnight is still feeling like Ku Klux Klan-y too. Luca Vandross, that was fire too. Shout out to BX Finest and Light Jennings. Hell no. Aura the Import, $10 super chat. Your man's saw a John B video and said, I can recreate that. He's been in love ever since. Yeah, I think that shit was built in a focus group. I think it was a mood board. I don't think he has any real connection to like the soundscapes that built that era. I don't think he does. I really don't. Shout out to Order Import again. Twinfo Tech, $5 super chat. Outside of the clips you play here, I refuse to watch the Cole interview. From what little I've seen, he still acts as if Port Antonio doesn't exist. And and nobody came back and answered that question from what I saw. Nobody came back and answered that question from what I saw. I could be wrong, but I did not see an answer. But yeah, if Port Antonio doesn't exist, this interview, the rollout into fucking the Fall Off, all of this shit hits harder for the people who are on the periphery of the J. Cole fandom. It hits harder, bro, because we don't have that contradiction point. And Clouds, the bullet that missed Trump. Like, what the fuck are you talking? Like, are you saying like, bro, I could have killed him? Because that's what that sounds like. The bullet that missed Trump. I could have killed him. I can't. Shout out to D2B2 and Twinfo Tech, $5 super chat. Shout out to D2B2, $5 super chat. I can't stand J Fold. I was neutral positive on him years back, but these past 2 years, I think I actually truly hate him. That's crazy. Shout out to Habitual Line Stepper once again with the big dog. And that is for the contribution to via super chat, and also, applause for your continued well-being as well. Shit ain't always easy, but we're gonna continue to persevere. $50 super chat came for the cold slaw crash out. Sorry I'm late. And I think I said it then. You arrived right on time. I never lost who I was for a rap image. D2B2 with the $5 super chat for facts. I ain't gonna lie, like, it's some songs on the Gen X that just hit hard when you like operate under the guys that he's still talking to them niggas. D2B2 back again, $5 super chat. Jermaine Lamar with the hard R still needs his teddy bear. Yeah, man, shit crazy. He's just in a constant pursuit of comfort. Twinfolk Tech, $2 super chat. Middle child with arrested development. Yeah. Shit really sad for real. Like I hope bro really like, if he does like step back from hip hop, he can just find peace. Because he may be able to only have to operate in just a J. Cole entity, Jermaine Cole entity, as it stands, just that one, and that might, you know, do something for him. Shout out to Screaming Silk with 2 things. 20 gifted We Are the Cypher memberships and $10 towards the goal. D2B2 goal. Speaking of, that boy said he just started watching soccer and he already know Lionel Messi the GOAT. That nigga said he already know Lionel Messi the GOAT. And if your girl leave you, she's running to me. Jake, what time frame did you write this? Like I said, Screaming Cell 20 gifted We Are the Cypher memberships. If you get gifted a membership, make sure you tell her thank you. Oh, and D2B2 20 gifted We Are the Cypher memberships. Tell them both thank you because you're not gonna know who it came from. Shout out to Dre, OG with the $5 super chat. Cole fans don't have to make their bed up unless it fits their narrative. Oh shit. Okay, I think this was around the time where I was talking about the whole son making the bed thing. Shout out to Screaming Cell, $20 super chat. Skip, was there a book and movie about a personality like that called Sybil? Shit, hold on. I might have something to watch tomorrow if it's a movie, because I think I'm gonna be cleaning up all day. Sybil refers to 2 American television films based on a book about Shirley Ardell Mason, a woman with multiple personality disorder, now called dissociative identity disorder. Yep. Came out in 1976. It's called Sybil. Yep. The girl that's the actress, she looks scary as fuck, but I might try to watch that tomorrow. Shout out to T-Mac, $5 super sticker. Thank you. Hold on, did I skip? I ain't skip nothing, did it? I don't want to miss nobody. Shout out to D2B2, $5 super chat. J. Cole versus J. Dot versus Jermaine Lamar with the hard R. Lifelong battle with himself. Crazy work. Shit. Shout out to Robin with the big dog. Hold on one more time. What's good? I'm Skip.
And this is the 5
with the big dog, $100 super chat. Hey Skip, as I said to Retha, I get so engrossed listening during the live. I am not in the chat regularly, but I'm here for every live. Man, thank you. Thank you not only for your continued support of the platform, but your continued viewership. I know I get, comments like that from time to time where people will be like, I don't really engage in the chat, but I watch, I'm like, hey man, don't, get in that chat sometime, even if it's just like that beginning phase where people pop in and just be like, what's up, Skip DJ in the mic, just so we know, who we dealing with. Cause some people end up telling on themselves eventually. And show themselves like, oh shit, I didn't know you was watching. What's good, champ? But yeah, thank you, for your continued viewership, for your continued support of the platform. Thank you 1,000 times. Thank you. Contributions like yours are part of why we able to do this shit, man. And I promise y'all, once we finish this road to 100, I don't want to put I feel like J. Cole about that shit low key. Of course we putting the work in it, we gonna finish it as far as the albums, but I'm ready to put creative energy into this damn project. I feel like that's gonna be one of the ones where I'm really going to be proud of it. I think we got at least one collaboration with that series. If I can get one more, the other one that I want, that should be beautiful. I'm gonna put it in my book though. So, if that book got powers like I think it do, that shit might manifest into something. I'm like, damn, for real? Yeah, nigga, yeah. But thank you, Robin. We appreciate you. Shout out to D2B2. Big dog. 50, bro. What's good? I'm Skip.
DJ. And this is the 5
$50 super chat. My boy said the rap equivalent of a 30-year-old prospect in boxing is a J. Cole. We read it earlier, but I'm gonna read it again because that's a motherfucking 50 ball. Let's see. Shout out to Spiritual John. Gotta catch up with my contribution. $20 super chat. Thank you. Thank you. It's all appreciated. Every, all of it. Huge, small, whatever. It's all appreciated. It helps us continue to move forward. Cole is just a fake ass sage who never oh my God. Let me start off. Shout out to Afrofuturism with the $5 super chat. Cole is just a fake ass sage who never had the talent to catch up to Dot, so he spent that time trying to undermine him. Now he's groveling. It's sad. I won't expound. I said I ain't gonna compare them niggas no more. I'm not. It ain't even fair. One of them does this shit and one of them lives it. It's different. Shout out to D2B2. $5 super chat. Skip and DJ definitely have to discuss. Definitely have more classics than J. Cole. It's not even a discussion. I'm combining parts of the sentence and shit. I ain't gonna lie. We put a lot of numbers on the board, man. We put a lot of numbers on the board. Shout out to Jazzy Renee, 3466. With the $2 super sticker. Thank you. Thank you. Much appreciated, Jazzy. Shout out to Twinfo Tech, $5 super chat. So is y'all's fall off Reduxes also thematically split into 2 discs or just one? I think about that quite often. Let me see. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Nah, it's one disc. It's one disc. There's not a clean split. I do kind of look at 3001 like the breaking point. And if you listen to it in its entirety, I at least I think you'll see why. Because I think he's having 2 distinct battles on the album, the way I put it together. And 3001 creates a narrative shift. He creates a narrative shift. It almost feels like a level of completion of the first side. The next song, Pride is the Devil, the next song, Pride is the Devil, kind of starts like the second half, but they're uneven. So if you do feel like it needs to be 2 halves, 3001 is the breaking point for the second half. Shout out to Big Red, 2688. Just became a YouTube member. Much appreciated. Thank you. Go check out that Road to 100 season 2, man. Go check that out. We're about to finish that up shortly, and then we're getting into. The next thing is starting to do the feature series for Kendrick. Glasses them was talking about it on the stream. I think that they had yesterday. It was L. She was in studio and Coach and Trap. And I just feel like niggas is really sleep on Kendrick feature run, bro. And granted, like Glasses Malone fuck with Kendrick, but he's not like a big ass Kendrick Lamar fan, like musically. So like they ain't talk about his Holy Key verse. They brought up documentary too, but they didn't talk about his Own Me verse. They didn't really talk about his nostalgia verse. They didn't talk about a whole bunch of fucking verses. And I just think the smart thing that J. Cole did with his feature run is get on songs with a whole bunch of niggas that's like mainstream accessible. Like that's why niggas think his shit was so dope. Not only was he rapping, but he was out rapping niggas that were not in his class, and all of the songs were mainstream records. Whole time, a lot of Kendrick shit was like B-side records, like Power Circle on the Maybach Music album. Fucking Really Though with I think Ab Soul, Danny Brown, what's my boy name? Earl Sweatshirt. Like he got deep cuts. Look Over Your Shoulder is a deep cut, even though that's a Busta Rhymes song. That's a deep cut. The song he got with I think Flying Lotus, that's a deep cut. Like if we're talking about like the actual craft of the verses, it's a completely different conversation, bro. Like that nigga was all over the Compton album. He was on Rhapsody album, Layla's Wisdom on the song Power. Man, that nigga had a hell of a feature run, bro. He really fucking did. He really did. And the song that he got with The Weeknd. Shit, his verse on New Freezer. Man, he got a crazy feature run, bro. Mask Off remix. Freedom with Beyonce. America Has a Problem remix. The Mona Lisa record. The track he did with Eminem on Marshall Mathers Part 2. That nigga got a feature run, bro. He really does. It's not just really be. Like, bro, I wrote down his feature run. It's like 80 records. It's like 80 records, bro. Like, it's so many of them hoes that I had to cut them down. Like, I think I cut it down to like the top 35. We're gonna do 35 of them. Hair Down, What's Wrong, the Isaiah Rashad record, the Head-On is from the Sir album, Blessings, Schoolboy Q, Collard Green, Schoolboy Q, the Wild Freestyle with J-Rock, Doves in the Wind, Dedication. Like, come the fuck on, bro. I think it's Sidewalks that's the Weeknd song, right? But yeah, bro, he 30 for 30. That's not one of his best features. Like, if I'm looking for the top 35, it might be, I don't know if it's in there, but I think it was really like cooking, bro, like for real. Illuminate. Facts. Man, come on, bro. Yeah, Classic Man was dope too. They were saying that the Classic Man wasn't really that, but they was kind of saying that, like, from the guys, like, they weren't moments. But it's like, bro, like, if we're talking about a feature run out, like, where all of Lil Wayne's features, like that whole 75 song feature run that he did in a year, were all of those songs big records? Were all of those songs big records? I don't think so. I don't think so. We don't even know half them fucking songs. Oh, my bad, D2B2. I ain't even never get to read this. My fault, twin. If his wife was crying, she was crying because she realized in that moment she married a cow. Oh, okay, I read this earlier, but I'm gonna read it again because it's a 50 ball. Shout out to Ari D Mac with the $20 super chat. I want Cole to have some conviction about something. His songs say one thing, his explanations and actions say another. We can hear and see the contradiction. He's like a toddler who plays hide and seek in the open. We see you, dude. Like, my daughter today, like, my wife was like holding the sheet in front of her, and like she was like acting like a ghost. It's like, my nigga, we see you. We see you. But hey, like, explore your imagination. Like, so when the sheet comes down, you think we still can't see you, but I see you. And if you look in these glasses enough, you can see me seeing you. But shout out to I don't want to fuck this up. I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna just say D Wing 24. I can't even read that. With the $2 super chat that's empty, or $2 super sticker. Thank you. I can't read that. I ain't gonna hold you. Shout out to Kiki Williams, 82, $20 super chat. J. Cole is definitely bothered with the aftermath of the battle still, because if this was really messing with your spirit, why would this interview release a few days before the anniversary of Like That? Make it make sense. I didn't even think about that. I'm trying not to add them different like pieces to it. Shout out to Night Night. Shout out to Night Night. I don't know if he's still in here, but Night Night be bringing like so many different like elements, and just for my peace of mind, like, cause like I said, I be telling him all the time, like, bro, I can't tell you wrong, like, just my peace of mind. I can't imagine a world where all of this shit is taking place. I just can't. I can't. Like, some of this shit gotta happen in real world for me to accept it. And if you right, I'm gonna tell you right. Like, but I just can't exist in the mind frame of like, nah, that's what these niggas is doing at all times. I just can't. I can't fathom it. I really can't. I cannot fathom it, bro. If like all of these fucking microaggressions and the way niggas is shooting videos and like just damn near everything. And granted, like nobody will be right about everything, but just like the symbolism, it's just too much for me. Like, to the point where if these niggas ain't gonna do shit, just for the mental load, I can't absorb it. I can't absorb it. But yeah, if that was true, that's crazy work and it's disgusting. But yeah, based on whole persona management, I could see him trying to get ahead of that. But I don't think like that gonna get celebrated like that this year, because I'm not doing no 2-year reaction. I think the 2-year reactions is redundant anyway. Maybe like I don't even know if I want to do like a review. I feel like it's just redundant. Shout out to Screaming Cell, $20 super chat. Okay, straight up, I'm hearing this cat weaponizing the language of therapy. Sometimes you go long enough just to understand the language. Shout out to D2B2 with a $5 super chat. Jalopy voice. That boy went viral in the chat with that shit. I ain't gonna hold you. I ain't gonna hold you. Shout out to Paula Nicole Thomason, 7252, $2 super chat. The interview did him no favors. His mask cracked. Facts. That's the sad part about it. The people who want to look at him favorably, they gonna look at the favorable shit and see him favorably. And the people who just like are slightly disenchanted or just all the way just not fucking with him, that was just trying to see what he was gonna say, it didn't change his standing. Shout out to D2B2, $5 super chat. J. Cole, not a flying toy. But I will say this on the way out. And this is the thing, and this is why a lot of people who want to receive J. Cole favorably will receive him favorably in that interview, because he's offering a bunch of objective truths. Like when somebody be like somebody asked me a question, like, how do you feel about, balancing being a husband, being a father, having a job, being a good friend and a brother and a son and a content creator? And then my response is, life is like a seesaw. It's all about balance, I didn't directly answer the question. I responded with a metaphor. I didn't answer the question. Not from my honest perspective, like how I'm doing it. I didn't answer the question for real. I responded with a platitude or an anecdote that everybody who's watching will be able to galvanize behind. It's like, you know what? Life is about balance like a seesaw. Yeah. Yeah, I get that for sure. So, when you were thinking of the name Decipher, like, how did you come up with it? Like, it was all about trying to be aligned with whatever my purpose was at the time, and just allow myself to be available to the universe expressing itself to me. You do, like, when you open yourself up, the universe or God or whatever it is, he speaks to you. I still did not answer the fucking question. And it's a lot of that in the interview. It's a lot of it. And when he does talk, he talked too fucking much. And that's why the 48-minute mark somewhere, he told y'all he had a plan for what he thought was going to happen with 7 Minute Drill. And that stayed in there. Because I don't even think he realized he said it. Or it could be taken a bunch of different ways. But when you really observe it, that sentence and the sentences before it and after it, and you take the context of the question asked, his response, and the additional context he was providing, that nigga said he had a vision for how he thought 7 Minute Drill would go. You just gotta listen. You just gotta listen. But the thing is, if a nigga ain't saying what you want him to say, you'll stop listening. You'll stop listening. I don't think 7 Minute Drill was planned the entire time. I think 7 Minute Drill was a cherry on top to finalize. Like, because at that point, if he dropped that and Kendrick don't respond, he battled without having to battle. He out-rapped Drake on a #1 record. He's finna go right into the Inevitable series and drop the fucking fall off. This is a bloodless coup. That is a bloodless coup. That is a peaceful transfer of power. Real quick, before we get out of here, I'm gonna play y'all something. And we're gonna get the fuck out of here. I promise. If I can find it, but if I can't find it, we finna go. I ain't even gonna hold y'all. I'm gonna give myself one more scroll if I don't. Found it. I'm gonna just play a couple minutes of it. I ain't gonna even play the whole thing. I see it's 5 hours and 30 minutes in. Man, this shit crazy. It's like, bro, I was still working at home. I had the little hair. I had the little mini. It wasn't even a fro. It was just like a little collection of shit on my head. I'm gonna just play a little bit of this. This is from October. This is the day Port Antonio dropped. As you can see, completely different glasses. I ain't got no fucking hair. It's so much in this J. Cole song. It's so much to be said. It's so much that he said up under what he was saying. And I know that sounds crazy, but this might be a diss song. Just a little bit. This might be a diss song. This might be a diss song. Go back to that second verse and listen to how he framed everything and found a way to avoid all accountability and then make allegiance at the end. This might be a diss song. But like a whole ass diss song. Like a diss song where you can be like, bro, I ain't even mean it like that. I said you was the bro. I just want to be friends. I didn't mean it like that. This shit's so underhanded. J. Cole really is evil. Low key. He's really evil. He's found a delicate balance. This nigga is a nice, nasty rapper as a man. This nigga is a nice, nasty rapper. This young crazy. Those aren't compliments, bro. Those aren't pleasantries of resolution after the dark night of the soul. This nigga throwing shots to where you're gonna look crazy for responding to it because it comes across as being peaceful. And I'm gonna do, me and my boy DJ, we're gonna do an album. Not an album, we're gonna do a song breakdown to this the song, I can't remember the name of it. The Port song that J. Cole just did. And if I'm right, and this lines up the way I think it did after hearing it the second time, it's really a conversation to be had about the level of knowing involvement that he had in this debacle. Because a lot of people was like, hey, man, he got caught in between two people who had a lot of bad energy towards each other. But if that second verse is saying what I think it's saying, and I'm pretty sure it is, this nigga ain't nowhere near as naive, gullible as we gave him credit for. He's evil. Just imagine if he struck it off, right? Like his whole thing was to benign pop shit, right? And he never really believed in what he was saying, or he never intended to follow through off that, right? But shit started to get real. So he positioned himself to strategically back out after he served the catalyst for it to go. And him now playing the role of the holier than thou and the purest allows him in his mind to stand over them from a higher position of morality. That's cold. Real shit, bro. I know I'm on a rant. But just imagine like the type of mind you would have to throw a rock, right? Crack the window. Get the other two niggas to throw bigger rocks and break the window. Step out right before they started to throw rocks. So nobody really gives you credit for having a hand in breaking the window, even though you cracked it first. 7-minute drill was before push-ups. Any of that shit. He had the first official diss song and let it stay on his album for a week until the numbers came back, even after he said he was gonna take it off. And now he's positioning himself for his album run as the only person to his fans that's not dirty in this shit. Nah, I gotta eat lunch. But I just want y'all to think about that. Bruh, I just want you to think about it. And go back and listen to that song. Go back and listen to his Johnny P. Caddy verse. Okay, that's it. I can't remember what I said after that. But y'all get the point. Y'all get the point. That nigga, bro, he had a plan. He had a plan. And Port Antonio was him trying to start that was he knew he couldn't change, like he couldn't erase widespread sentiment. Well, he couldn't erase the event. So the next phase of his PR plan was to reprogram what everybody thought, like to reprogram public sentiment. That's what Port Antonio was. It was to reprogram public sentiment while also getting his shit off. Like that song has all three codes in it. It has all three codes in it. It has all three codes in it. Go listen to it again. It's all three J codes. All three of them. And they at war with each other. That nigga need to make a T.I. versus T.I.P. album. If he come back, that need to be it. Yeah. And then he said on 3-9 intro, never in my life did I think I see the day where some niggas was playing with my name or some shit. But yeah. Yeah. Nigga tweak the fuck out and start acting on that shit. But yeah, man. Thank y'all for tuning in to another Decipher live stream. Probably lost 2 more fans today. that happen to be J. Cole fans. They probably dipped on me. It's all good. If so, I'm gonna probably get a crazy little comment on a random video. Hey, am I allowed just out the blue to send some bread and request a song? Yeah, it's been done before. Hunter Fessler. Not today. I'm finna go. So you might not even get what you looking for. But yeah, if you pull up on another live stream, like especially if it's like not a huge record, where it'll garner like views and shit like that. But like if you got like, hey man, I want you to listen to my partner record, I do it on stream. You drop a little super chat in there. I do it. I've done it before. I'm gonna be honest now. What? Oh, well, nigga, you thought you was finna be able to come in here and make me do some shit on your time? That's crazy. That's entitled, bro. Like, that's entitled. That's not nice, bro. That is entitled, bro. I was just saying I'm finna get off here. It's almost 2:00 where I'm at. It's 3:00 for the people watching in the Eastern time zone. And I got some people watching on the other side of the world. And you talking about whack, because that's not nice. It's not nice, man. It's not nice, man. Golly. I ain't even gonna drag you, man. That's not nice. It's not nice. J. Cole taught me today, I'm gonna just stop judging niggas, man. And just observe them for who they are. But yeah, we out of here, man. The Cypher episode 3, Saturday, April 4th. I think that's the day before Easter. We probably gonna try to get out of here by midnight because I know some people gotta go to church, put their nice Easter suits on and all of that other stuff, or go hunt eggs and all of that shit. But yeah, I will reveal the cast a week before. I don't want to do it like that Thursday. I'm gonna reveal the cast a week before. I think we got everybody but like one person. DJ got to confirm, and I got like a invitation open to one other person. So yeah, I think y'all gonna like that one. But yeah, man, thank y'all for tuning in. Yeah, you missed the whole thing, Larry. Thank y'all for tuning in to what is this? Another Decipher stream. Shout out to my brother DJ. I've skipped. Peace and love, man. And until next time, I'm out of here, y'all. Peace.